keaoho. Puou o malaita ma'ala, nana pu'unoi a keawaihi. Aiki a koia wainela, I kahele ana hini I mopulai. Ua nani a me ke halo a pau olela, ua nani o lele o a kaula nae. Ai, he mele no lele.
Aloha kakahiaka ia Kākou. O mako na keiki na kumu a me na makua o ka punana leo o Lāhainā. Mahalo no Kahele ana mai ke ia kakahiaka no ka hanana lā Kū'oko'a. E himeni ana na keiki I e kolu mele no oko, no lele e noho na nea. Ai, mahalo.
we're gonna have our wahine panel. They all should be here already. About 9:45, we're gonna be having our wahine panel come up. We got some heavy hitters, guys. Even our Kane panel, we got one of them, Keaaumoku Kapu.
Aloha me Kākou. Hey, mahalo, everybody for this. It's been kind of painstaking in the planning process because we got to deal with the politics. And we're hoping to have the event outside so we can be kind of compliant to the rules of COVID, but you know how things go. Get certain people that disagree, but we still go hold on more. It's all about acknowledging Kū'oko'a, and that's what this building is all about. Welcome everybody to Aikāne O Maui. And everything, this is kind of like the brain of everything that we do. In land titles, research. I'm not a genealogist, but we can help you in the process on how to put your documents together and stuff like that. So we do a lot of things in here. And we love what we do because we know we of this place. We're not from this place, we of this place. And because of that, I've been hearing a lot of victories going on. And this would be the perfect moment to share those kind of victories of what's happening in Kahoma with the ohana from the Kanani Kilinahe, the Gomes family, and their successes in Kahoma Valley. We also have some other great successes in Oahu that's going on. So hopefully during the discussion, we can hear more about it. And just to let everybody know, we're going to be passing out cards. Yeah, if you guys get any kind of questions, you ask everybody else but me. Yeah, then you guys free to answer whatever you like. I know we get some wahinis really want to stick it to me about certain kind of things. That's all fine. But I just got to throw the disclaimer out there because I'm one of the presenters. Sorry, I'm only limited. But then I also tell everybody I'm the janitor of the building. That's my official profession as a janitor. And I guess that's about it. But at the same time, wahine bathroom over there, Kane is on this side. And I hope we have a very successful evening. I know we get some time across the ways. We have Ku'ikalo, if everybody want to check it out. We get one educational center run by Ku'ia Farms. We get, if you guys get cramped up, especially for the guys who like puhipaka. We got an area on the whole here where you can watch the TV too at the same time, what's going on over here. We got one TV set up for those who kind of little bit get claustrophobic inside here, gotta take a break. Yeah, but all's good. Mahalo no Kākou, everybody for coming. And like I said, let's raise the bar. It's all about raising the bar because a lot of people gotta be reminded where they are. Yeah, it's not Waikiki. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. And hopefully in the duration of the discussion, we can learn about what actually took place right here in this very area with Kamehameha III and that gentleman right there, Timoteo Ha'alilio. It's just magical on what I've learned throughout the years of what this person did and what Keahi did during the time of the Mahalo. And we cannot forget that because they reserved the rights of the kanaka. Uakoi ke kuleana na kanaka. They reserve those rights. We just got to tap into them again. Once we tap into them again, we provide clarity pertaining to where we need to go. So mahalo no Kākou, everybody.
If you guys want to, there's an educational booth out there. We have our wonderful people, our educational people out there. They have a timeline if you guys want to go look at that. They have a timeline of La Kū'oko'a. We also have Dr. Ron Williams is going to be here soon, and he also is bringing the cards. So if you guys want to, he's going to go ahead and give it out one per family. And he has it in either Maka'olelo Hawaii or in English. So up to you guys. And I'm pretty stoked. I'm excited. We have, for the Wahine panel, we have Noelani Ahia. She's right in the back over there. We also have Kahele Dukelow is another one, if you guys don't know. She's on Hamo. Just saying. We also have Healani, Sonoda-Pale. She's here as well. So mahalo nui for coming all the way from Oahu. Wherever yes. And then, Sesame, Shim. That's another. And then we also have Lukia, Nakanelua. So mahalo all of them for coming, traveling. I know it's early. It's early for me. I got here at 8:30. Supposed to be here at 7. That never planned out too good. And then our Aikāne panel is fire. And the guy that just walked through the door right there is one on the panel, guys. Mr. Kapali Keahi will be on our panel. Keaaumoku Kapu is also going to be on our panel. That lovely, lovely man. Kaleikoa is another one. Heavy hitter, guys. We also have Danny or Palakiko is another one that's going to be on our panel. And then we also have Kahala. Kahala Johnson is also going to be on our panel as well for the Kane. So yeah, mahalo nui punana leo o Lāhainā. Mahalo to Kahu Karen, Charmaine, and also Kū'oko'a. And mahalo nui. And then my Kākou, come inside. We got Dr. Ron Williams. He's going to give his mo'olelo, guys.
How's it? Aloha mai Kākou. Aloha. O vau Ron. Yeah. O Rod Williams Jr. ko ino piha. Yeah. He malahini vau I kia vahi. I kia apana o Lahaina. I ko Moku O Maui, ka moku puni o Maui. I ko Hawaii pai aina no laila. E ho'omaka vau I ku'u mo o kuauhao. Yeah. So I'm a visitor to Lahaina. I lived here a little while ago for about 10 years, but I'm still a visitor. So I'd like to start with my genealogy, and I'll give you the short version. My mother is Janet Marie LaBounty. Her people come from Chicago, where I was born. Before that, they come back from Montreal, through France, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland. That's my mother's genealogy. My father is from Arkansas, where I grew up. He's a hunter, a fisher, and a farmer. Long generations, 7 generations of farmers there in Arkansas and also Oklahoma. So I was born in Chicago, moved to Arkansas, and came out to California, and then in 1996 came to Lahaina, Maui. My girlfriend at the time in Lahaina, who was Hapai, we didn't want to raise a child in San Francisco, in the big city, so we came to Lahaina, Maui because she had family on Lanai. Yeah, she's African-American, Filipino, Chinese. So my beautiful daughter was born in Wailuku, Maui in 1998, and I have to share the fact that she's currently at this moment 8.5 months pregnant. So yeah, so I have my first mo'opuna on the way. Hopefully it'll wait till I come back. But that's who I am. Academically, my mo'okuauhau, I went to college out of high school. I went to Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. In 1984, I think the one good thing I got there was the fact that we were national champions in football that year. But I was asked to go home. I took 16 classes and I passed one of them. I wasn't ready for school. But so I came to Lahaina, Maui in 1996. I was blessed incredibly, like I have been throughout this entire journey, by meeting my first kumu, and that was a Koni Akana. I worked at Pacifico Restaurant, and then later the Feast at Lele. And Akoni, I saw him out on, near the stream one day, chanting, and he called me over and started talking to me. He said, hey, tomorrow come up to my office, I want to talk to you. And for some reason he took me under his wing and we started talking a lot, and he started training me and others to do those cultural history tours of Lahaina. And so that was my first introduction to Olelo Hawaii, to Hawaii, to Mea Hawaii, and so forth. My daughter was 4 or 5 years old, and I realized I couldn't work at the luau forever. So I went back to school. And I was blessed there to meet my first academic kumu in Hawaii, which was Keopi Raymond. I owe Keopi a lot. He taught me a lot of about things other than just Hawaiian studies and Hawaiian history and Hawaiian language, and he inspired me. And then Keopi showed a film in class one day that changed my life, and that was the film of our great late Dr. Kanani K. Trask. I saw that film and said, that's what I want to do. I want to study under her. I want to go to UH Manoa and do Hawaiian studies. And I was maybe naive, but it's what I felt called to do, so I did. I was blessed there at Kamakaku, incredibly blessed. Mehana Hind, most especially, brought me into the program, and she said, if you come here, this is your family, you're going to live here, you're going to eat with us, this is your hale too. And I was treated that way by everyone at Hawaiian Studies. Dr. Kamei Lahiva, Dr. Osorio, Dr. Kanalu Young, and especially Haunani K. So I've been incredibly blessed to be here today, and to be able to have the opportunity to talk to you folks and to share information with you. So anything that I am able to share with you, that's where it comes from those kumu, and from that opportunity that I've had, okay? So I'll jump into it. They told me half an hour, and I'm gonna stick to that, but we'll have some question time afterwards, I think. What I wanna talk about today is Kū'oko'a, obviously. And we're gonna be celebrating Kū'oko'a all day today and tomorrow. And we're talking about the birth of a nation, at least the recognition of that nation, right? But what is that nation? What are we celebrating? Because people celebrate the births of nations that are pretty horrible. I mean, the Republic of Hawaii had a first anniversary on 4th of July, 1895. On January 17th, 1894, the provisional government celebrated the anniversary of the overthrow, right? So people celebrate the births of all kinds of nations. So are we celebrating because it's the birth? Are we celebrating because of recognition? Or what is it specifically we're celebrating? What was that nation? When we look back and say the Hawaiian nation, the Hawaiian kingdom, what is that? So what I want to try to do today is share not only a little tiny history of Kū'oko'a. The amazing thing is more and more audiences are starting to know this already, this history already, which is wonderful. We're starting to make that a normal narrative, the history of Kū'oko'a. But beyond that, what is it about that nation that we're celebrating, okay? And if you are Kanaka Iwi, or if you are a descendant of a Hawaiian kingdom subject, then that narrative is you, right? When we talk about what is the nation, that's you. So when we start to talk about ideas of identity and what people are taught and so forth, most of you who know me know that whenever I do a talk, I start off with historiography, the process of the creation of history, right? Here in Hawaii, the nice term is it's been messed up. Most of you know this, right? From the overthrow in 1893 to today, Hawaii was covered by a narrative that used only English language sources, and it was purposely built to elide or push aside Native Hawaiian voice and Native Hawaiian action. Helen Chapin says that in 1893, the English-speaking population in Hawaii was 6%. Now, as much as we've done, as much great work as so many professors have done, we still, if you go into the state library today and you pull 100 books on Hawaiian history, my guess is 95 of those will be sourced only from English language sources. The mass of the master narrative is still that outsider voice, telling us all about Hawaii and Hawaiians. So many folks, including a lot of the folks that are here, that you're going to hear on the panel coming up, some of these folks were my kumu, all of them, so many others have been working diligently over the last 20 or 30 years to change that, to platform Kanaka Oiwi voice and Kanaka Oiwi action, so we can understand what we're celebrating. What was that Hawaiian nation, okay? So I'll start off by talking about Kū'oko'a. You all know that there are two people really I want to focus on today, and that is Timoteo Ha'alilio and Mo'i Kauikeaoli, Kamehameha III. Now, our old narrative 30 years ago was that Kauikeaoli was the native monarch, he was a partier, he got drunk a lot, and these missionaries came, kind of brainwashed him, took over the land, and made him do all these things. That was the old narrative. When you start to access the Hawaiian language sources, when you start to access the things written by Kauikeoli, by Kahumanu and others, you start to realize the true story. And that is that Hawaii in the 1820s and 30s sat in the center of the Pacific, right between the United States and Asia. And traffic was picking up in the Pacific, and European powers, not US yet, but the US would get there, European powers were starting to colonize the Pacific. They were starting to take over countries all across the Pacific. The Spanish had taken the Marquesas, the Germans were looking at Samoa, and so forth. The French would eventually take Tahiti. Hawaii was absolutely next. There's zero question Hawaii would have been taken by a major power. There was no standing army, right? France comes, the Dutch comes, somebody comes, and they would take Hawaii, which means they claim all the land, they claim everything, and they run the governments, right? The only chance that Kauikeoli knew this. He was a bright man. He had folks that had advisors that he trusted, and he knew this. The only chance he has to save his nation's independence is to build a nation that those other powerful nations will recognize and respect. So we see this change to a constitutional monarchy in 1840, right? Which, as one of my degrees, or one of my areas in my Ph.D. is world history. I don't know of another instance. There may be, but I don't know of another instance in the world where an absolute monarch, now you're talking about somebody who has absolute power, who's divine, who says, if that person wants something, it's theirs. If you talk about ownership, it's theirs, right? So an absolute monarch voluntarily ceding almost 2/3 of his power. He created a 1840 Constitution that had a judicial branch, an executive branch, and a legislative branch. So no more is it just an absolute monarch, it's a constitutional monarchy. And he voluntarily gives up that power to create the nation that he hopes will be recognized to save the nation's independence. Not only independence, but the Aina, right? That's his purpose. Brilliant. 1,000,000 to 1 shot. Why would they recognize Hawaii? No other non-European born nation in the world had ever been recognized. So why would they, but it's 1,000,000 to 1 shot, but he's got to try. So he sets that kuleana on Timoteo Ha'alilio and William Richards. George Simpson also, but mostly those two. Timoteo Ha'alilio was born in Ko'olau, Oahu, 1808, to his mother Eseka, his father Ko'eleele, and he had become one of the first literate Hawaiians. He was assigned with Kauikeoli to be trained in literacy by one of the missionaries' wives. Right? So he becomes one of the first literate Hawaiians. And a little side note, little archival side note, there is so much yet to be discovered. We have a collection at the Hawaii State Archives called Early Laws in Hawaii. And while I was going through that recently, there's the 1822 port regulation, which is the first law. There's these other laws and so forth. And then in 1829, we have Ka'ahumanu calling together Aho Kuhina, a council, here in Lahaina, right over there near the beach. She called together a council of ali'i to set the first criminal code in Hawaii. Yeah? And it's originally 6 laws: no murder, no gambling, no drinking rum, no moekolohe, no adultery. Firstly it was prostitution, and no gambling, right? But there's a set in there, a section in there, in that folder, this Makolelo Hawaii, and it's about 115 pages. And in the days of the archives not having a translator, Jason does the translations, but there wasn't anybody on staff who actually went through the collections and found the Olelo Hawaii things. No one looked at that. They just kind of put it in the folder. What it is an in-person account of that Aho Kuhina. It's Makolelo Hawaii, and it says all the chiefs, including Ka'ahumanu, and how they came up with those laws, right? And it's thought, not positive yet, but it's thought that was written by Ha'alilio. Ha'alilio was at that meeting, or that Kuhina council, and it looks like his handwriting, and he was one of the first literate Hawaiians. So we know that he was close to Kauikeoli. We know he was in the middle of all this decision-making. The king asks him to go across the world, which in 1843 didn't happen that much. And remember that just a decade earlier, in 1825, the Mo'i had traveled across the world and died, right? Had gone to London. Liholiho had died in London. Monarchs traveling across the world was quite dangerous, but Ha'alilio asks to be relieved of this kuleana. I want to mention something before I go on. Much of what I know about Ha'alilio came from my friend Kau Isai. I want to give her credit. She's the Ha'alilio person, and she has generously shared her research with myself and many, many others. But Ha'alio and William Richards agreed finally to do this. They leave aboard a boat called the Shaw, right over here in Honolulu Harbor. In July of 1842, they sail out, right? They go to Mazatlan, Mexico. Now, Kauikoli wanted to keep the mission kind of secret because there was a lot of diplomatic things going on and a lot of world powers eyeing Hawaii and so forth. And so he tells them to go in secret. They are given official papers to present to the King of France and the Queen of England. But they go to Mazatlan, Mexico, and from Mazatlan, Mexico, they travel on foot and by burro across Mexico. If you've ever been to Mexico, it's quite a large continent. They travel by burro, they swim through rivers, they climb mountains, literally. Leo writes back about these different things, being blinded by a snowstorm up in the mountains, crossing a river, and so forth. So you have this Kanaka, this 32, 33-year-old Kanaka, traveling across Mexico on foot by burro and so forth to reach the east coast of Mexico, where they'd catch a boat up to New Orleans, where they'd catch a boat up to Washington, D.C., and they'd attempt this impossible mission. So they do that. Leo writes home to his mother. He misses his mother. He writes home about Hawaii and how much he misses Hawaii, but he's got this kuleana to fulfill. So they arrive in Washington, D.C. They talk to President Tyler, and President Tyler kind of gives them a yes-no. He says, I do believe Hawaii should be independent. No other country should mess with it, and so forth, but he won't give them official recognition yet. So they travel on to Europe. They meet with the British Council. They meet with the French Council. And as you know, on 28 November 1843, those two countries signed the Anglo-French Declaration. Yeah? Sometimes it's called proclamation, but proclamation is from one leader, right? If it's multiple leaders involved, it's a declaration. So it's the 1843 Anglo-French Declaration, signed on November 28th, 1843, which recognizes Hawaii as a sovereign and independent nation. They achieved that impossible goal. And if you had, to imagine that happening, again, no other European-born nation in the world had achieved sovereignty. Not China, not Japan, not anywhere in South America, not anywhere in Africa, none of these countries. And it doesn't mean those countries didn't deserve it. When India was taken over by the British, that was horrific. But that was colonization because India hadn't been recognized as a sovereign and independent nation. What this does for Hawaii is set it apart and make the Hawaiian Kingdom a sovereign co-equal of America and France and Britain and so forth, right? That's why we're arguing about sovereignty today, because they achieved that recognition in 1843. Leo starts to travel back home, writes his mother one final letter saying how much he misses her. Sadly, he contracts disease and dies on his voyage home. So Ha'aleo literally gave his life for the birth of the recognition of the Hawaiian Kingdom. He's buried today at Pohukaina on the Iolani Palace grounds. There's the former burial mound there. When many of the Ali'i were taken up to Mauna Ala, there were also many left behind. And Timoteo Ha'aleo is buried there today. Now, across the street, the church, they have a plot for him, or a marker for him, but that's not where he is. And they've actually even got the wrong name on it. I think it says William Ha'aleo or something like that. But so he's buried there at Pohukaina. So a Kanaka Weevi who took on this intense kuleana and literally gave his life for this day that we're going to be celebrating. Okay? So what happened from there? What does that nation become? As I mentioned, nations are born all the time. They're not necessarily something you want to look back and be proud of, right? So what was the Hawaiian Kingdom? Now, I'm on a time schedule today, so I don't want to bring out too much, but many of you have seen before the kind of very kaumaha resources that talk about, from that haole point of view, what Hawaii was, right? What I know it to be as a historian, not as a fan of Hawaii, but as a historian, is one of the most progressive modern nations on earth in the 19th century. And that's unquestionable. Why? Because we see things like that 1840 move from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy. We see things like that recognition in 1843. We see Kauikeoli and the legislature, the Hawaiian Kingdom legislature. Now, another thing to take into consideration and put this in context is, we always talk about the haole who were running things and the haole who were in charge and so forth. And remember that there were a total of 117 missionaries sent here over that 100-year period. So when you're talking about the 1850s and so forth, you're talking about a small group of people that weren't everywhere. Kanaka Uiwi were very much in charge of their government, were active, and were doing things. And what they did was create that 1852 constitution that gave universal manhood suffrage in Hawaii. Every race, Hawaiian, African, Caucasian, Japanese, Chinese, could come to the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1854, become a citizen, vote, and own property. That's what we're celebrating today, right? That progressive modern nation. That's a decade prior to the US Civil War. So in the US, a decade after this proclamation in Hawaii, they were fighting a war that would kill 600,000 of their own citizens over whether or not to own black people. And a decade prior to that, those people could become citizens of the Kingdom of Hawaii and vote and be equal citizens. That's a progressive nation, right? By the 1860s, we have almost universal manhood suffrage, we have almost universal literacy. United States literacy rate in the 1860s and 70s was about 70%, 72%. In Hawaii, it was well over 90%. And that wasn't because of missionary teachers who taught Hawaiians how to read. Yes, the missionaries are credited and should be with bringing literacy to Hawaii, bringing the printing press and so forth. It was Kanaka Uiwi teachers, hundreds and hundreds of them, that spread out throughout the kingdom and taught others to read and write and so forth. The education system of the Hawaiian Kingdom was very much a Kanaka venture in that stage, right? So you have your folks, your ancestors teaching the next generation how to read, how to write, about science, about geography, some incredible things, right? So you have this almost universal literacy rate by the 1860s. By the 1870s, you have, by the 1880s, you have a king who becomes the first head of state to travel around the world. Kalakaua became the first monarch to circumnavigate the globe. You have electricity arriving in Hawaii long before the White House, at the Healani Palace, long before electricity in the city, long before US cities. All these types of things were done by Kanaka Uiwi leadership in a nation that was engaged, that was run, that was political, and so forth. Those are the types of things we're celebrating, okay? Now, when I talk about celebrations, I want to quote something from Dr. Trust. She talks about that idea of identity, and she says, "This experience of a legal identity is, as all identities, both physiological and political. Who we believe ourselves to be is often not what the colonial legal system defines us to be. This disjuncture causes a kind of suffering nearly impossible to end without ending the colonial definitions of who we are." Right? So this idea of Kanaka Uiwi, so why did Hawaiians become known as, by the 1940s and 50s, what was a Hawaiian? If you ask the kupuna that I've talked to, that I've lived with and hung out with and asked them, all talk about their fathers or their grandfathers and so forth being of that generation where you don't speak English, you get a good job, and the look of Hawaiians was, well, that's the person that's kind of slow, not so educated, so forth, kind of lazy. So how did we get to that narrative from a modern progressive nation? That was that avalanche of material that flooded the presses post-overthrow. Yeah? I will mention one source, and get back to the story, was W.D. Alexander's book, A Brief History of Hawaii. W.D. Alexander was the Board of Education president in 1893. He created a pamphlet talking about the overthrow and talking about how we had to do this and we had to civilize these people and so forth. That becomes a book in 1899, right? That book, published as A Brief History of the Hawaiian People, is an awful book. It talks about how Hawaiians aren't capable, they're not as Christian as we are and so forth. And there's one particular chapter that's most egregious, I think, and that's a chapter on infanticide. The myth of infanticide was disproven by Dr. Stannard and others, but nonetheless, W.D. Alexander says, and this is a quote, he says, about 2/3 of native Hawaiian children were killed at birth, buried in their front yards by their parents because of their laziness and not wanting to raise children. Now we know that's atrocious, right? We know that's racist, we know that's incredibly awful. So why am I mentioning it? Because that book became the school textbook for all schools in the territory of Hawaii for 40 years. 1899 to 1940, if you went to school in the territory of Hawaii, that was your school textbook about history of Hawaii. That's how you not only portray a people a certain way, but start to get them to believe that about themselves, right? That identity. Well, so many of these kumu and many others are uncovering the true history of Hawaii, and starting to change that. Now I want to read from a couple of Kū'oko'a celebrations. So Native Hawaiian Student Services, myself when I was there, and also they've continued to do a great job at bringing out the history of Kū'oko'a. And so some of those I want to show you here. So one thing to note at first was in 1843 that happens. Hawaii is recognized as a sovereign nation, right? The first celebration, the first national celebration happens 4 years later in 1847, right? So Kauikeoli asks his foreign minister, Wiley, draw up plans for how we should celebrate, right? And I'll show you those, or tell you what those are right here. Okay. So Wiley comes back to the Privy Council and reads the report and says, number one, Your Majesty's large standard, so this is the High Kalaunu, the royal standard. Your Majesty's large standard to be hoisted at the palace or wherever your Majesty may pass the day from sunrise to sunset. The large national flag, so High Hawaii, to be hoisted from sunrise to sunset on all the forts with your Majesty's kingdom, and a royal salute of 21 guns to be fired from each fort exactly at noon. Number three, all national vessels in the ports of your Majesty's kingdom or at sea to hoist their flags on that day from sunrise to sunset. Yeah. So now we know that was the official protocol, was you raise the High Hawaii at sunrise and you bring it down to sunset. That was done by Wiley and Kauikeoli in 1847. So even though the holiday is, the event happened in 43, the first celebration is 47, okay? So some of the other ones, Kū'oko'a in 1862. So Alexander Liholiho, many of you know this story, but Alexander Liholiho and Queen Emma were wise to the American mission. They had seen the American mission grow in power, grow in stature, start to, they've got property by now and these starting businesses and so forth. And so that was some of the motivation for bringing the Anglican Church to Hawaii in 1862, which Queen Emma does. She tells, because that's the official British church. So being British herself, she says, we've got to look elsewhere for guidance. We've got to look elsewhere for some of our non-Kanaka assistants and leaders and so forth. And so she brings the Anglican Church here in 1862. Her son has just died, right? They arrive in November, I believe, December. And the first thing that she does, and we've got this correspondence at the archives, the first thing she does is she tells them to incorporate as a church so that I may give you property and land which you can build churches and schools on. Right? And so they do. They incorporate as the Reformed Catholic Church of Hawaii. That's what they're first called. They become the Anglican Church. But importantly, they start a school. And it's mind-blowing to me, but most of the history of this school has been lost. It was called Lua'ehu, which most of you, or all of you know, is right over here, right? Lua'ehu was the site of the first constitution. It was the site of that aho kuhina. So at Lua'ehu, she started a school, an Anglican school, with a mission to train Native Hawaiians to be future leaders of the kingdom. Same thing they're doing up the hill at Lahaina, but they're doing it by being run by British down here. And also importantly, she insisted that they be taught through the medium of English language. And this got me at first. I was like, but it makes a lot of sense. In the 1860s, nobody thought Olelo Hawaii was going to disappear. To be bilingual was an incredible tool to access both of those worlds, right? They were teaching them in Hawaiian at the time at Lahaina, but she insisted they be taught in English so that these students will graduate bilingually. They've got Hawaiian at home, they've got Hawaiian in the community. As I mentioned, no one knew that it was going to be attacked later. But so the school is on, the land is where K3 is now, right? The K3 campus, Kamehameha III Elementary School. And it was a school called Lua'ehu. It had Curtis Iawakea as one of his students. It had the great Hawaiian patriot, William Punoho Aveoveo Ulukalani White. He was a student there. And it started in 1862. It was a school there for almost 12 years. Eventually it merged with the Oahu School to become Iolani School. But it was an Anglican school in Lahaina that Queen Emma had started, right? On Kū'oko'a in 1862, that was the day that Queen Emma and her husband, Alexander Liholiho, chose to get confirmed in the Anglican Church. So again, it's this mix of church and state. Again, it's this mix of we're going to we're going to take space, right, on the landscape and in that power hold there in Hawaii. Okay, so that's 1862. Let me give you a couple more. Okay, in 1873, many of you have probably seen this. I don't know if you can see it from here. That little ticket, that little brown thing that's used as a picture on this day. It's an actual ticket. We have one of the originals at Hawaii State Archives, but it's an actual ticket that allowed you to come to the luau in 1873, which was the 40th anniversary of Kū'oko'a. There was a grand luau held at Pohukaina, yeah, where the Iolani Palace grounds. Iolani Palace, the second one, hadn't been built yet, but they had a grand luau there, and this was your ticket to get into that luau. And that was a reaffirmation of everything Kū'oko'a stood for. Okay, okay. This next one. Oop, I'm not dexterous. Okay. Here we go. In 1885, a grand celebration of Kū'oko'a. They said all the ships were decorated in the harbor, profusely decorated with bunting. Private citizens flew their flags, government buildings were closed, and very little business was conducted. The procession began at 9 a.m. at the foot of Nu'uanu and Queen Street, and they had a procession throughout Oahu. Now, there's very little written in the newspapers and elsewhere about outer islands. Most of the newspapers were in Honolulu. But we know, obviously, that they were having celebrations in Lahaina. As a matter of fact, the last, and this doesn't mean much because there's a lot of stuff that's still out there that nobody has come across, but the last evidence of Kū'oko'a celebrations as official that I've seen were actually the Kū'oko'a Home Rule Party, the Home Rule Party, up in Pauala, up country Maui. It was in 1907. Yeah? But those are some of the celebrations. Let me look at, in 1881, as Kalakaua is leaving for his world tour, the newspaper editor Bush writes this. He says, "As long as there is one representative of our race alive, may the sentiment of true patriotism and the love of Hawaiian national independence never cease. And let us ever cherish our national motto, Umau ke ea ukaina ikapono." Right? This wasn't, but when I remember my celebrations as a kid of 4th of July, and I'll be honest, it wasn't about independence and it wasn't about, America being great. It was about fireworks and hot dogs and things like that, right? What we're talking about, and I'm not saying that was for everybody. What I'm saying is that when the celebrations for Kū'oko'a that I've seen, that I've been blessed to be a part of, everyone there is there talking about the Hawaiian nation, talking about how proud they are of the Hawaiian nation. And that's the record, that's the narrative, that's the purpose, I think, of these celebrations, is keeping that narrative alive and having it grow. Now there's one more. Here it is. The Honorable D.W. Puou, in the Kū'oko'a celebration of 1887, said, "We commemorate this day, the day of our independence. May our flag continue to wave over this kingdom until the last Hawaiian disappears." May our flag continue to wave over this kingdom until our last Hawaiian disappears. These days were political. These days, these celebrations were purposeful, right? Okay. One more. Okay. So 1893 happens, the coup happens on Kū'oko'a that year in 1893. Most of us know the story of the Royal Hawaiian Band and how they had laid down their jobs, given up their jobs, rather than perform for the new government. And I want to be clear about what that meant. It wasn't I quit my job. It wasn't I stopped working at Starbucks and now I'm working at Foodland. That was a career. That was a government job. That's how they fed their families. And they said, no, I'm going to make do. I'm going to eat rocks rather than serve this new government. On Kū'oko'a of 1893, the entire Native Hawaiian fire people force, retired quit their jobs rather than continue to serve the provisional government. So the Native Hawaiian firemen of Honolulu quit. There were 13 of them in protest of that new government. And again, that was taking on that kuleana. I want to mention one more thing, and then I'll wrap up, and then we can take questions. When we talk about sacrifice, it's something that we're still uncovering the depths of, yeah? We all know about certain events that have happened. One of the events that I'm working on right now is about the Pio Kalai'aina of 1895. there were, on that July 1895 Kawakoloko, when the Robert Wilcox Rebellion that attempted to bring back the Queen, right? There were 189 people arrested on the battlefield, the quote battlefield. And the Republic government took them in and put them in prison as POWs. That's how they listed them, POWs, prisoners of war. But then the government went out and arrested basically all the top Hawaiians from around the island. The lawyers, the judges, the shopkeepers, and so forth. And arrested them and charged them with treason on trumped up charges. And they ended up arresting a total of 407 people around the islands. 400 men and 7 women. And charged them all with treason and misprision of treason. And brought them to the prison, to Oahu prison. This was the prison that Joseph Navahi had been in and caught tuberculosis that would take his life, right? And so you have all of these Hawaiians in jail. Some of the research that I've been working on, I've come across a partial mugshot book. So these are mugshots, the actual mugshots of people when they went into Oahu prison. And they're hugely affecting. These are the people that paid with that price. The oldest was 77. The youngest was 13. There was a 13-year-old Kanaka Iwi boy named Kalua who was arrested for treason and brought to Oahu prison. But the reason I bring that story up is to talk to you about a Maui man, which is William Henry Daniels. Yeah. William Henry Daniels was a judge in Wailuku. He was the head judge of that circuit. He was known as one of the smartest minds in the islands. He refuses to take the oath of allegiance to the Republic in 1894, and they remove him from the bench. Haole and Hawaiians write in petitions and say, no, we want him back. Like, he's the best judge we have. But the government refuses. William Henry Daniels is picked up in 1895 during the Wilcox Rebellion, arrested on Maui. He had nothing to do with it. He was literally fishing at the time, and they picked him up. He wasn't even anywhere near Honolulu, and they brought him and charged him with treason, and he went to prison. I had been following him because he was involved in the Lahaina case, the Waianae church case, where Hawaiians took over the church there. So William Henry Daniels goes to prison. He's got 10 kids. He lives in Wailuku with his wife. He owns a third of Kaho'olawe. He owns Maui Fruit and Taro Company, several properties in Honolulu, and so forth. He loses his properties. He goes bankrupt. He writes 2 letters home to his wife in Wailuku where he says, how are you feeding the kids? Like, I'm worried. I'm worried about my family. They finally release him from prison, and he's blackballed. He's not allowed to get a job anywhere that they control. So he ends up getting a menial job on the water ditch, on the Spreckles water ditch. And I'm following his life because I'm following this Lahaina case. And then I flip over April 27th, 1897. So he's been out of prison for about a year and a half now. And the story is recounted in detail. And it says he went up, got his pay, went to work, handed out his money to all his co-workers, went home, pushed his youngest son out of the bedroom, closed the door, and took his own life. He put a gun in his mouth and killed himself. And those types of stories are real histories, are real sacrifices people made, are real effects of the overthrow and things like that we don't talk about a lot or know about. So yes, the Royal Hawaiian Band laid down their instruments. Yes, the fire, but it was much deeper than that also. And I was doing a showing of some of those portraits, those mugshots in Wailuku about 4 years ago. And my friend Kalani Akeo Wilson was in front, and his wahine, and she was crying. And I felt bad because I thought a long time, like, should I be showing these pictures? Should I not be showing these pictures? And so I talked to her afterwards, and she said, no. She said, I'm glad you did. She said, that second to last photo you showed was my great-grandfather. And she said, what I realized in seeing that was that was the first generation of my family in prison. And so that legacy of Kanaka Oiwi as prisoners has a mo'okuauhau, right? 400 of Hawaii's top leaders were imprisoned in 1895. But the resilience to come back from that, the resilience to not be broken by that republic, and to come back from that afterwards, and take part in politics and sign an anti-annexation petition that would be effective in killing a second treaty of annexation in 1898. That nation that we're celebrating tomorrow, that's what it was made up of folks that were determined, of folks that were allegiant to their mo'i and their land, and that never gave up, regardless of what happened. So that story of La Kū'oko'a is the birth. But that nation, that identity of the Hawaiian kingdom that we're talking about, that's the story. And I ask that all of us think about that during the celebration today, during the celebration tomorrow, and also take on that kuleana to make sure like there's not another kid that goes through school that doesn't get that story. We can do that. It's not just complaining on Facebook, and it's not just pushing teachers. It's us. It's taking the opportunity to say, I'm going to talk to Auntie who works at Long's. I'm going to talk to my mo'opuna. I'm going to talk to somebody else and tell them this story. Because that's what La Kū'oko'a is all about. And that story needs to be our narrative of what that Hawaiian nation was. Yeah, mahalo. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Ron. Mahalo, mahalo.
Can I mention these real quick? Mahalo. Thank you so much. Anyone who does this will tell you it's the interaction with the community that keeps you going. That's what makes us all work so hard. So mahalo, appreciate it. I do want to mention, trying to make this a short story. I've got about 150 sets of these Native Hawaiian Patriot cards that I'm going to pass out for free today to anyone who wants one. Please take one. I want to give you a little history of the project. About 5 years ago, I had this vision to bring primary source research into the classroom. And I've been working with the DOE as a content expert for quite a while, for 10, 15 years. And with all due respect, there's a lot of great folks that work in the DOE, but nothing changes. We have a meeting every 5 years and we talk for a weekend and nothing changes. They change a sentence in a textbook, right? So I thought, how do we get our research as an academic? When I write an article or I write a book or something like that, it might get into the classroom a decade later. That's just how it works. So how do I get this information into the classroom right now? So I thought, well, like don't ask permission, don't go to the DOE, don't go to the principal, make a resource that the teachers want and they'll probably take it and they'll probably teach it, right? And so I took photographs from the Hawaii State Archives, which by the way are public, anybody can have them and use them, and I put my research on back of these folks, 10 Native Hawaiian patriots, some of them that most people have not heard of, and I put them together and I stuffed envelopes and I put a little contextual card with it. And I put it on Facebook and I said, if a teacher wants these, they're yours, absolutely free. How am I going to pay for that? I gave a talk in Wahiwa where a Baha'i gentleman, him and his partner, asked me about the project, and as I was leaving, they handed me a check. And the maintenance guy at Hawaii State Archives slipped me $20. And Auntie brought me $20. And so many did it. And people, just the community created this. And I was able to put them into things, distribute them out, and we got 52,000 cards into the schools. In 117 classrooms have those cards where the students can own them. Each student gets a packet, and they're not digital. I pissed a lot of people off by not making them digital, but I remember my baseball cards, right? I loved those. The students get to hold them. They own those mo'olelo, right? Hopefully, eventually, we'll have enough of them where they can trade them. They can talk about, these are the ones from Lāhainā, those are the ones from Hilo, or so forth. But that was phase 1 of the project. So we got 52,000 cards out of the DOE. My next phase was the Makolelo Hawaii for the Hawaiian-speaking community. So I finished those up about 4 months ago, produced those, and I've been bagging those. And so now I'm in the stage 2, which is getting those out to every kaiapuni in the state that wants them. So we're talking to Puou to do that now. We've given them to Anuenui already, we've given them to Kamakaua already, and we've got some today for the upcountry Maui immersion. If you know an immersion Puou, please let them know, and they're absolutely free. So that's this phase 2. Now I ended up with about 150 leftover English sets, and it's just incredibly difficult because you want to give them to everyone, right? But the project, it's literally like a one-man guy, in my living room. So I haven't been able to give them to the community yet. Right? So that's what I'm going to try to do today. I did Oahu last week, and so any of you folks that want one, you're more than welcome to them. But after this, I can't produce single sets and send them around the world and I have to move on to that next phase, which is the immersion sets. After the immersion sets, we're going to come back and do 10 new English language heroes, and then those will be out to the schools again. Okay? So I'm happy and joyous that I'm able to give those to you today, but understand that if your cousin hears about it or something like that, this is it, okay? So anyway, thank you so much.
Mahalo, Ron. Mahalo nui. Pai lima, guys. Mahalo nui, Ron. Does anybody in the crowd have a question for Ron? We're gonna take questions real quick, but I'm also gonna pass around sign-up sheet. So we have a volunteer sign-up sheet for Moku Ula. We are gonna try and clean this place up a little bit. So if anybody wants to, I'll go sign them. Hey, Kinui, start from Kinui. Sign them, Kinui. I know where you live.
So the sign-up sheet going around, Aikāne O Maui requested to caretake Mokuhini Pond. So we finally got granted the access, and it's a request for entry, so we can start cleaning up this whole area. We also want to focus on the tennis court as well as the basketball court, because things are getting kind of a little bit run down, and we want to make sure that, you know, e ho'i Kanani, i Moku Ula, right? Let the legacy continue, let everything continue, why this place is important, and we taking on the kuleana, so we're looking for volunteers, anybody who want to. We never set the date when we're going to clean up, but you know how politics is when they start saying that, okay, in order for you guys to go inside it, everybody got to sign waivers. I'll be totally responsible of that. So mahalo no Kākou, everybody.
Mahalo, Uncle. Anybody? No? No questions? I know one question. No. Casey. Dang. I was like, come on, Casey. Okay, all right. Uncle. Mahalo nui, Uncle.
Aloha mai Kākou, o Duke, ahu keia, noho wau ma wai Kapu, e rua mau keiki, honi a me Kahala. You know, as patriot as it gets, we try to push as much as we do, especially as a Kanaka businessman. I'm one of the only Kanakas that own an actual art gallery on Maui that pushes a lot of patriotism. I'm one of the only places on Maui that sells flags and anything that you can get in, you know, Olelo Hawaii. And, you know, a lot of the arguments or political debates we get in is the difference between Aboriginal and Indigenous. You know, my questions pertain to that. And, you know, because a lot of us, and we've been pushing Aboriginal for quite a while. And a lot of times people tend to shut us down. They're like, no, you're Indigenous. You know, no matter what you say. And I'm like, well, that's following the American term, you know. And a lot of these Kanakas don't understand. But we also teach Papapahiona art class at Dukelow Healani, private Hawaiian immersion school up in Iao. And my wife and I, we tie in artwork and social studies as we teach the kids, a lot of our kids, about Kū'oko'a, and we actually have them act it out as being, you know, Hau'uli and pertaining to Kū'oko'a. So really the question I have, you know, a lot of it pertains to the difference between the Indigenous word and the Aboriginal word. And how could I, as much as I address it, they still will block me off, you know, so I guess that's where it is.
Mahalo. So yeah, that's a question that comes up quite a bit. Now, the problem with the question is I'm a historian, not a political scientist, right? So, but I won't avoid it because it's an important question. And I'm gonna give you my mana'o. So this isn't a historical fact, this is just my mana'o. And my mana'o is, as a historian and going through those records every day, is that I get really nervous about the terminology police, is what I call them. This means this, right? You guys are wrong, right? Because whether it's Hawaiian, whether it's Makololo Hawaii terms for Hawaiian Kingdom, or what was the government really called, I can show you 6 different versions in official documents in the Hawaii State Archives for the Hawaiian Kingdom government. So in my mana'o, this is just my mana'o, but in my mana'o, looking for ways to separate ourselves from those others and is not helpful. Whether it's, again, and I forget the terms at the moment, but I've had folks, close friends of mine, say this is the correct term and go, spend weeks getting mad at everyone else. And I say, well, what about this? It's an official document using that other term. So that's just my mana'o, is that, well, and it grows into larger arguments about deoccupation and colonialism and so forth. In my mana'o, again, I'm not a political scientist, I don't have any training in political science. But as a historian, in my mana'o, I saw it as a student. I'll be honest with you, I saw it as a student. Colleagues of mine and friends of mine would say, that professor is right, not that professor. When I've learned from both of them a lot, whether it was, Noelani speaking about colonialism in Hawaii, right? Talking about Ngugi wa Thiong'o and colonialism of the mind, right? There's no question, and I'll go a little bit further, and be careful. I'll go a little further, and that's to say, when Keanu Asai says, talks about deoccupation, because we weren't a colony, I think as a historian he's 100% correct, right? But I also think that Noelani Silva is 100% correct to say, yes, you were a multi-ethnic nation. Yes, there were Chinese who were citizens or subjects of the Kingdom of Hawaii. That's true. And that's wonderful that we now know that. But there's no denying the fact that Kanaka Oiwi were attacked in specific ways and have specific issues and problems and so forth, right? So I think both of those truths exist. How do we manage those truths? So that's kind of my answer of the fact that I get nervous whenever we say it's this term, not that term, because go spend a few weekends in the state archives and you'll find out, whoops, I was wrong. But that's my mana'o. Yeah, mahalo.
I don't know, Iran. We got one more question. Aloha, thank you very much for your presentation. I learned a lot. I did.
Mahalo.
I have a question. I know you have limited amount of information that you're passing out right now, and it takes money to go ahead and keep making more and more and more and more. If I wanted to, and if we could, and I made copies of it, could I do that on my own?
So
to share with others, and I'm thinking that it shouldn't only be us.
right.
That maybe visitors should also somehow, they're going to come on your vacation, whatever it is they're coming for.
Right.
I don't know. I like pass them out sometime. I'm going to stay by Yale Valley or someplace.
Right.
I mean, this is only one phase. I know you have many more and many more.
Right.
But one is better than nothing.
Right.
Instead of getting the stuff from the airplane about what you're bringing in illegally or not, it would be nice to have some information. Yes. I want to know, is it okay? Right. And can that be done?
Mahalo. So first of all, mahalo for asking. These aren't my stories, right? These are stories that I found. So I don't have, and anyone who knows me and can attest, 99.9% of what I've researched and produced is I will give away to anyone who asks. That's my mission, right? This specific project, what I would ask that you email me and we'll kuka, right?
Cool.
Because what I learned in doing a lot of these projects, and I've done a few of them, and what I've learned is you have to stay on mission. If you get sidetracked by also doing this and also doing that and also doing this, then it never happens, right? So I wanted to get these to the schools as curriculum. And I wanted specifically to not make them digital. And I got a lot of flack for that. People went, oh, you could reach 10 million people. Yes, but that's this, the mission of this project is this. And I want that fourth grade student to have something in their backpack that they can pull out. They do this all day, right, on the iPad. But this is something, so that was my mission. That was my vision of seeing that. Now, if somebody else can do the same thing with digital, that's great. So all I ask is that these cards not be digitized and sent around the world. But as far as my other stuff, I have a site where I published everything I have. Any research that we talk about that I have, you can digitize it, you can send it around the world. So 99% of my stuff, absolutely. But these cards specifically, I want to keep on mission until we get to that point. But they are getting out, yeah. But I appreciate you asking. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to digitize anyway. Yeah, I can barely use I can hardly use my phone.
Well, to start, I'll give you 5 or 10 copies right now, so you'll have people to give them to. So that's a start, and then contact me, and we'll talk about other things we can do. I'm always looking for ways to get it out.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
What you said something about Wai'ehu. It pricked my ears, and I forgot what else you said about it, but that's where I live.
Oh, congratulations. Well, actually, I think I said Wailuku. But Wai'ehu, the only thing that comes to mind about Wai'ehu right now is the fact that we did a thing for Keiki Hula recently, a program for Keiki Hula because it was distance. And when the queen became queen, the first thing she did, as many of you know, is travel around the islands. She went to Wai'ehu school and met with the students at Wai'ehu school and told them to become educated and encourage them and so forth. So that was one of the places, Wai'ehu school was one of the places that Queen Liliuokalani went on her first travel around the islands. Yeah.
Mahalo, Uncle. Mahalo. Anybody else have a question? All right. All right, mahalo nui, poi lima Kākou, mahalo nui, mahalo. We get our wahine panel, guys. All right, mahalo nui Kākou. I'm gonna introduce these lovely ladies we got here on the stage. Our wahine panel for today. All the way to my far right, we have Miss Sesame Shim. She lives in Pukalani with her Kane and her 2 kids, her Kiki Kane. Where her other half stay? Curry, raise your hand, Curry. Oh, he's hiding. Ah, that guy. This is her 2nd year as a kumu at Kekulakaya Puni o Lāhainā, at Lahaina Intermediate, and she is currently teaching social studies and math, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So she's your teacher, guys. Come on, round of applause. Yes. Yay! And then we have my tita. Love her. We have Noelani Ahia. She's a community organizer. Focused on the protection of the iwi kupuna. She has a healthcare background in Chinese medicine and co-founded Mauna Medic Healers Hui. So if you were on the Mauna, guys, there's a pretty good chance you kind of cross her path. Just saying. Give her a round of applause for Noelani Ahia. And the lovely one in the middle. She was my kumu in 2011. She's the reason why I kind of got into, well, she is the reason, one reason why I got into Olala Hawaii. She was born and raised on Maui. We get Maui up here. She grew up in Waihe'e, and she's a 2nd of 8 children to Valerie and Oliver Dukelow, if you guys don't know who that is. She currently resides in Waiahuli Kula with her other half. You guys know him too. I don't need to introduce him. She is currently the Dean of Arts at the Science University of Hawaii Maui College. Give it up for Kahele Dukelow. All right, and our next one we have Healani. Healani Sonoda-Pale is an advocate for Kanaka Moda. That's an understatement, ma'am. Advocate. Anyway, self-determination. And citizen of the Kalahui, Hawaii, the Hawaiian Nation. She has been advocating for the rights of Hawaii Native people, educating communities for free, and doing grassroots political organizing for over 20 years, guys. Give it up for Healani. And last but definitely not least, Lu'ukia, Nakanelua. If you guys know who her dad is, that's okay. Or her brother, no, just kidding. Born and raised in Maui as well, in haiku. She good, bro. She is a 2019 graduate of the William S. Richardson School of Law, where she earned her environmental and Native Hawaiian law certificates. Give it up for Luukia, guys. All right. Okay. We're gonna ask questions. Okay. First one, we're gonna go to Sesame. What does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Aloha Kākou. You know, in looking at Kū'oko'a to stand different, I think Kū'oko'a to me is, you know, we're living in this occupied nation of America, and they are, you know, we've been trained to think a certain way, to be a certain way. These ideologies in this American system. However, we are Kanaka, we are different. You know, we did go and get our independence from these powers around the world, but at the same time, our ali'i, you know, claimed that power for ourselves of what we wanted to be, what our aupuni wanted to be. It wasn't to be like everybody else, to be a power over somebody else. It was the power for the lahui. You know, the lahui kanaka for humanity. So I think for me as Kū'oko'a, you know, in our daily life, it's just to go against all of that power that, you know, tells us what we should be. Instead, you know, English is the normalized language. We need to olala Hawaii. Ike Hawaii, you know, these days, it's just treated as like this ornamental, oh, nice kind of thing, but no, that's who I am as a Kanaka Hawaii. You know, and really continuing to educate ourselves in learning how to be and stand as a Kanaka Hawaii, in spite of what everything surrounding us is telling us. You know, and identifying those power structures that want to claim that control over how we should be. We should stand Kū'oko'a. We should be Kū'oko'a and be Kanaka Hawaii.
I don't know what he says there. Okay. Noelani.
Mahalo, Tita.
What does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Okay, so I'm going to think about this question in relationship to my own self and my relationship to this holiday, because like many of us, I grew up not even knowing that we had this holiday. I knew about Thanksgiving, but I never knew about La Kū'oko'a. And, you know, I've come to find out in the last few years that my 5 times great-grandfather actually designed the Hawaiian flag, George Beckley. I never knew that growing up. That was kept from us. My great-grandfather, William Ahia, was part of the Wilcox Rebellion that was spoken of earlier. I never knew that growing up. So this is part of the miseducation that we all know now happened to us, right? The forced assimilation and the miseducation that kept us from knowing our true identity. So when I think about Kū'oko'a and I think about La Kū'oko'a, you know, I'm just going to jump back 2 years ago when we were on the Mauna and we celebrated La Kū'oko'a. It actually fell on the same day as Thanksgiving. And for the first time in my entire life, I did not hear one person say Happy Thanksgiving the entire day. Every single person on that Mauna said, Hau'ole la Kū'oko'a, Hau'ole la Kū'oko'a, all day long. And it just brought me to tears because it was the first time that La Kū'oko'a was normalized. That was our normal holiday. That was what we were celebrating. And it's so amazing to think of that timeline of going from such greatness in a kingdom, and then, you know, having the fall, having the denationalization and the colonization of our minds, and then coming back to the Hawaiian Renaissance, and then now we're at a point where we can celebrate our holidays proudly. And, you know, the majority of us now know what that holiday is and know what it means. So we've come like over this arc. And when I think about Kū'oko'a, I think about, how we're going to move forward and how we're going to take this mana'o that we have and continue to push the conversation into the next level, to the next realm. There are some, I don't know what the other questions are today, so we couldn't really prepare because we didn't know what the questions were, but I'm hoping we can talk about, that moving forward piece and how we can even look at the celebration aspect of La Kū'oko'a, but also look at the sacrifices that came with becoming a nation state and aligning with imperialist countries and aligning with whiteness in order to get recognition. So I think we're at that point in our trajectory where we can start having those more difficult conversations and looking at all the eha that Ron Williams talked about this morning and all the sacrifice that happened and what we lost, so that we can talk about what we need to get back on a bigger level. Mahalo.
What does Kū'oko'a mean to you, Kumu? Aloha Kākou. Mahalo nui. Ia uko apau I ke akoakoa ana mai I ki ala. Mahalo nui na kanaka na lako I ho'olala ho'omakaukau I na mea apau. Hau'oli la Kū'oko'a ia Kākou apau. I just wanted to thank everybody who's here and everybody who worked hard to put this event together. And when I think about what La Kū'oko'a is, right? When we learn about history that was taken from us or veiled or erased, and then we learn about something like La Kū'oko'a that showcases, that highlights, that emphasizes who we were as a people and how strong we were as a people, how strategic we were as a people, how organized we were as a people, how we ran our own government. And I think, just that right there is something that I think our people lost belief in, right? Through education, through social, economic forces, over time, we lost that belief in ourselves, not just as being Hawaiians, but being Hawaiians that could rule ourselves. And I think La Kū'oko'a reminds us, right, when we learn the story of what our kupuna did, how they were proud, how they organized, how they acted, how they were able to engage in the politics, not just even in Hawaii, in the world, to do what they did, right? To facilitate the recognition of our government. And I think that's important, not just because of what it is, but also because of what it does to us as a people, how it makes us see ourselves. So I think one of the most important things is about that. Knowing our history, but also, as that develops pride again in ourselves, it has to move beyond just being proud, right? It has to move into affecting the way we think and also what we do. So I was going to talk a little bit about, examples of that, right? And it takes action, it takes work, right? In order to act upon how we believe in ourselves as people. And I was going to, if we looked at Lāhainā, right? This community, right? It's not just about knowing something, it's about acting upon that, right? So knowing about La Kū'oko'a, but acting upon that and creating opportunities for everybody to learn, to grow pride, but also to find out how do we act on that pride, right? And we see lots of different examples. One of the greatest examples, that I've been involved with as a career is Olelo Hawaii, right? And I saw all the little shirts. Mai ha'alele oi iko olelo makuahine. Now that's an act of acting upon your pride, right? Acting to Kū'oko'a. Because if anybody has their keiki in Kulakayapuni, it's not the easiest thing to do. Definitely not the easiest thing to do. But as a parent of 3 kids who have graduated, I'm going to say probably one of the most fulfilling things to do, that, you know, the choice to speak Hawaiian to your child. It's not just about speaking Hawaiian, right? It's about forming the way that they think of themselves as Hawaiian in this place, in the world, right? That belief that I can be Hawaiian, I can speak my language, and I can live in this place, and I don't have to be the way they tell me to be. And that's Kū'oko'a, right? The ability to stand up and be a little bit different, to be independent, right? That's what Kū'oko'a means. In the belief of Lahui, right? Aina, and Aupuni. And those are the 3 things, right? So belief in ourselves as a people, belief in our connection to this place, right, to this environment, that's our kupuna, that's our ancestors, and also to the idea of aupuni, that we once have, and we can make our own decisions for ourselves. And I think when we think about what La Kū'oko'a does, I think that's the most important thing, is to reestablish that belief in ourselves that we can make our own decisions, and that we don't just accept our subjugation, right? We always have to challenge that. So I'm going to say one last thing. You know, when we think about, we have moved, like our Lahui, many of us have moved from, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, right? We celebrate La Kū'oko'a, like Noe said, and I think that's super important. But I also think that it's super important to remember why we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, right? So it's not just rolling over with something new that is prideful, but it's also looking at what Thanksgiving was, right? To the po'e oiwi of America, right? The genocide, the lies, the great evil campaigns that were waged upon the people and continue to be waged upon the people of America. And so as we stand to celebrate La Kū'oko'a and celebrate our pride and our accomplishments and our rebirth as a people and a nation, we also have to make sure that we call out and we talk about, as uncomfortable as it is, and we talk about why we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, right? Because those people, just like us, continue to suffer at the hands of the United States, right? And when we say happy Thanksgiving, right, and we see all the memes going around social media, right, we don't want to empower or give that narrative any mana. We really do have to make a conscious decision, right, to say we don't do this because that's what it does to people, right, as we stand and celebrate our own La Kū'oko'a.
Mahalo no iku. Healani. What does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Aloha. Aloha everyone. O Healani, Sonoda-Pale, ko uinoa no Oahualua, Maiau, Elua Ukiki, o Maleo o ia Shim Pale. No Molokai Oya. So I wanted to, first of all, thank everyone who organized this event, and Mahalo, Keaaumoku Kapu, and Uilani Kapu for always holding it down here on the west side of Maui. So what does La Kū'oko'a mean to me? Okay, so when you look at the word La Kū'oko'a, La meaning day, Kū'oko'a meaning freedoms. If you break that down, Kū'oko'a, to its root meaning, ku means to be in a state of being. Oko'a means separate or whole. But if you put that together, Kū'oko'a means literally in a state of being separate and whole or independent. And I just wanted to share that because it's important also to really analyze the choice of words that our kupuna used when they created these holidays, right? And so when we say La Kū'oko'a, we're saying we're independent, we're free. You know, it's hau'oli la, freedom, you know? So, and I just wanted to share that mana'o a little bit. But, and we just heard from Dr. Williams tell the history of this day, November 28th, La Kū'oko'a of Ka'opuni o Hawaiʻi, and the story of an intelligent ali'i born man named Timoteo Ha'alilio, who was sent by Kamehameha III to secure the recognition of Keaupuni o Hawaii. And he did. He was sent to secure recognition for Britain, France, and the US. And on November 28, 1843, he secured the agreements recognizing the independence of Kapai'aina o Hawaii by Britain and France. And then the next year, the US and Belgium followed. Timoteo Ha'alilio, he sacrificed his health and ultimately his life to pursue and gain security for the Hawaiian kingdom. But the question, like I was trying to apply it now to today, and what I really want to talk about is independence, our strive for independence in the context of self-determination today. So what this national holiday does is it provides an opportunity to analyze the pursuit of Hawaiian national independence 178 years after it was first achieved. And nearly 129 years, right? January 17th, it makes 129 years since the illegal overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom, since it was stolen. Self-determination is a human right, like air, water, land, like everybody has a right to breathe air and drink water. The right of self-determination is that on that level. It is encoded in international law and afforded to all First Peoples of the land, including Kanaka Maoli. So it's 400 million of us, indigenous or aboriginal or native people of the lands, whatever you want to call it, that survived colonialism and imperialism in the world. Self-determination is defined as the right of peoples to freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. It's basically allowing a choice for peoples to decide and pursue their political, economic, and cultural status. So a couple things I want to say, and I'm talking about self-determination in the context of independence, because it's important to understand that those that are pushing for federal recognition right now, because that's where we need to have the discussion about independence, right? Those that are pushing for federal recognition right now are using this terminology to trick you into thinking that self-determination is about federal recognition, and it's not. So, one, true self-determination, is the first point I want to make, has all options on the table. And if it doesn't have all options on the table, including independence, including some form of an independent Hawaiian nation, Hawaiian kingdom, then it's not self-determination, period. Number two, it must be an informed choice. There must be some form of education. Education takes a long time, takes plenty of money. There's a big difference between education and propaganda. And when we look at propaganda, a great example is Na'iaupuni. I don't know if you guys remember that, right? They were formed in 2014, And they spent $2,598,000 on propaganda and creating an illegitimate constitution that was scribbled in 10 days behind locked gates. And myself and Brother Kaleikoa and Kahī and a whole bunch of us were outside those gates who got arrested. They wouldn't let us in. Number 3, the third point. I want to repeat something Kumu Haunani K. Trask used to always say. Any true choice is a choice for independence. If you're not choosing freedom, then you're not really given a choice, and you're not really making a choice. It's about allowing Kanaka to define and pursue for ourselves. And then lastly, I think I'm on number 4, self-determination. Sorry, I got plenty I like to say, but just summarize it. Self-determination is a right of peoples, not governments. So as soon as governments, like the state of Hawaii, get involved and try to control our pathway to independence or sovereignty, that's not self-determination. That's co-optation. It's a violation of our rights. Just like Na'iaupuni. Who funded Na'iaupuni? The state of Hawaii. So it's more important, I just want to share, right, because this is a great day to reflect on where we're going as a Lahui, as a nation, as a people. It's more important that we as a people decide for ourselves, right? Create our own political system or bring back the Hawaiian kingdom. But we got to have that discussion, not us and the state of Hawaii, not us and the US federal government. And the last thing I want to say about nationhood is the whole purpose of nationhood is land back, is getting our land back, our Aina. If you don't have Aina, you don't have nothing. And that's why people who are out there like Keaaumoku and Keahi, they're so important because they're getting it. They're on there. They're on the front lines of getting land back. So I think it's really important for us as a people, and this is this is a great exercise of us just coming together and figuring it out for ourselves, doing it for ourselves. And that's what Keaaumoku is all about. He's always been like that too, doing it. He don't ask permission. You don't need to ask permission. Just do it. And so that's kind of like, sorry if it was so long, but but that's my mana'o on la Kū'oko'a, and that's what I've been kind of reflecting on today. And I think this is a great event, and it's a great time to reflect on where we're going from here, because really, as Kanaka, it's all about our kids. It's all about the future. We're not, ho'ohaole, right? It's not about us. It's about our children. It's about the future generations. So, mahalo, everyone. Thank you.
Make some noise. This is Kū'oko'a to me. The sound of all of your voices, your leo nahe nahe, your clapping, your chanting, your screaming. That's what Kū'oko'a is to me. The celebration of us as a living culture, not a museum culture. We're all here. We have Ku'ikalo Iwaho, you have Olelo Hawaii going on over here. We're talking about independence, a discussion that was not happening 20, 40, 50, 60 years ago. This is something that is now our reality. Fortunate enough for me, my background, Kū'oko'a was always a reality to me. Obviously, most folks in this room know that I was born and raised by whomever, however, and a lot of my heroes and my kumu are in this room today. The folks who have inspired me to kohoai, to choose independence as a way forward, are sitting in this room, and I've come back full circle to mahalo you folks, to mahalo the panela that we have before us today, the Aina warriors that are sitting here today. That's what we should be focusing on as well, is a celebration of Kākou Apau. It's a very difficult thing to walk in both worlds, to olelo and then to also maintain that state that nation state that had come in and taken over and allowed us to believe certain types of collective memory of injustice surrounding occupation and colonization. They colonized most folks' minds in a period in time, and now it is our time. What Uncle Kaleikoa folks talk about, what Dr. Kamanambima folks talk about, is to exercise that OEV agency, that ability to not just govern ourselves and organize ourselves, but to also organize our relationships with Aina, to be able to grow kalo with, with the amount of water that we need, to be able to fish in the ocean, to be able to malama and worship our iwi and our akua without any kind of being afraid of being arrested or being ridiculed or scrutinized for being who we are. Ha'aleleo and our mo'i, they had that ike papalua, they had that foresight to understand what was happening at the time when the folks from the Western imperialism was colonizing the Pacific. They knew that our independence was always tried and true, but they also knew that folks were coming in and trying to assimilate other Kanaka and other Oiwi and other areas. So another thing to celebrate is that possibility, the paradox of possibility. Ha'aleleo and our mo'i knew that it was important for Hawaii to demonstrate themselves on the world stage, and they did that. Hawaii was the first non-European country to have this type of recognition. Asia folks never had it yet, Japan, those in the Pacific, it was Hawaii ka mea mua, o Hawaii ka hiapo. So as an example of Ha'aleleo and our mo'i and all of the folks who had supported that endeavor, we are inspired today to do the same. And like folks on the panel have talked about, we need to have that discussion amongst ourselves, not with anyone else. We have to make our hale makoko so that when we move forward into the future, we're all standing together and really thinking critically and then operationalizing our vision of what we think ko Hawaii pai aina should be. So, mahalo ya oko.
Mahalo nui, Lukia. Mahalo nui. Next question, because I love her imagery. Cool. What does Ea look and feel like to you and for our future?
Aloha Kākou. What does air look like and feel like to me? Well, it looks a lot like this. Being in a critical space, right? We're here not just to enjoy and have a party, right? We're here to learn, reflect, think about, analyze, and strategize. And hopefully, at some point, organize, right? That's what we're here to do. So I think that's what it looks like. When I think about how we live the ideal of Ea every day, right? It really is about every day, every time we act, every time we think about something, right? For me, it's this idea of Aina, Lahui, and Aupuni, right? So sometimes we're doing culture, right? We're learning culture. That's important, right? That's important. If we're farming taro, we're dancing hula, we're beating kapa, we're doing those kinds of things. That's important. But I would say that we need to connect. We always need to connect these three things together, right? Culture without Aina, without Lahui, and without Aupuni is just that, right? The power comes when we triangulate these three things, right? So when we're doing something, right, we got to ask ourselves these questions, right? When I'm here, when I'm working in a taro patch, when I'm doing whatever I do, when I'm teaching, What does that have to do with Lahui? Am I helping my people? Am I transforming my people? What does it have to do with Aina? Am I affecting the way that we act, feel, and connect to this place? And then the third, what does it have to do with Aupuni? Our belief in governing ourselves. And I'm going to say this plenty times because I tell people, I look around and I don't know how we can accept the subjugation under the kind of leadership we have today. You telling me that we cannot do a better job? Of course we can. And we get some good people out there. But we also got to act on that, right? We cannot just grumble when we by ourselves, right? We got to jump in those pits when we see that our EV are being exposed. We got to challenge those people when they're developing something and we thinking, I know Hawaiians still own land in those places. We got to act on that, right? We have to act on those things. We got to say something as hard as it is, because for me, it's a challenge every time. For some people, challenging comes easy. For some of us, we had to learn how to do that. And a lot of the times it's because that was educated out of us. Yeah, we were educated to be like, that's all right. It's different today, right? Our keiki, we're not raising them like that. We're raising our kids to challenge, to say something. And it's not always a comfortable space. But to me, that's what AL looks like. The freedom to be who we want to be in the context that we live in right now. Look at this context right now. We're in the most developed places on Maui, right? One of the most developed places. Inundated by tourism, inundated by American economic pressure and imperialism. But look, there's this little kipuka. And actually in this place, in this town, there's plenty of kipuka, right? People all over saying, no, I'm gonna challenge this. You wanna, what are they doing in Ka'anapali? Replenish the sand dune, or the sand restoration, whatever. We're gonna challenge that, right? When they wanna, whatever it is, they wanna build a new hotel, we gotta challenge it. So for me, air comes with action. It comes with thought, it comes with pride, right? It comes with learning, engaging every single day, but most importantly, or as importantly, it comes with acting upon all of those things. And that's easier said than done sometimes, because I know we've all been in the situation when we see something happening and we're like, holy, what am I gonna do? How do I do it? And you know what you do? You just do something, right? You just take that step, you do something. And I'm gonna end with two very simple quotes. One with, and maybe not so much of a quote, but I don't know if you guys remember, his name just flew out of my head. Anyway, he's Uncle Lopaka's uncle, Uncle Rennie, and he was from Paia, and he was into Hawaiian plants, but his thing was, more better you try something, because we know what happened when you don't do nothing, right? So don't feel the pressure like I'm gonna do something wrong. Just do something. It's better than not doing anything. And HKT and Haunanike Trask, who was our kumu, in college, where we had the privilege to take time off of our life to think about these kinds of things. And one of the things she would always say is that, when you fight back, when you challenge, it makes you feel better. It makes you feel better than just sitting there seeing all of the wrong that is happening. It just makes you feel better. And I end with these, to me, it's simple things that I think about myself, right? As we're challenged, like, how do I respond to this question in a meeting? Do I challenge this person when they're saying something really wrong about my people? I just think about things like that, like, hell yeah. It's better to say something. And even if you think you don't know everything. I'm not the most articulate person, right? I don't know if I can make the argument. You just try. And the second time you do it, it'll get better and better and better. So my thing is like, we need to get out there and challenge the things that we know harm us as a people. Harms our place, harms our aina, harms our keiki, our generations, and inhibits our ability to empower, right? I'm also gonna say that word. This is about us taking power for ourselves and over ourselves. It's not a bad word. It's not a bad word. We cannot there are a lot of people and a lot of systems that have power over us, right? We need to strategize and act so that we take some of that back, right? And we do the right thing with that power. So it is about ho'omana, right? Empowering those ideals, practices, actions that help us build as a lahui, right, on this aina towards aupuni, towards governing ourselves. And that means that every single one of us has a lot of things that we can do in one day. So, e ola ka lahui, aloha.
Hola. All right. Lukia, same question. What does Ea look and feel like to you?
Ea to me is a two-part. There's kohoia and kohoai. Kohoia is, I have a story for that one. There was a 17-year-old kanaka oiwi that I knew once in the 1970s at the precipice of the first Hawaiian Renaissance, the first wave that most of you folks were all involved in. Went away into the military, was born and raised in Honolulu. When he was away, he was asked the question by one of his superior officers, oh, you have a Hawaiian last name, do you know about the overthrow, do you know these things? And this Hawaiian boy looked at him and was like, oh my gosh, this Haole man is telling me like about my people and our struggles. I don't ever want my kids to feel that way again, or to feel that the way that I felt. And I'm sure most of you folks in this room have had a similar experience one way or the other. Flash forward 10 plus years later, comes back, makes his family on the island of Maui, has a daughter on the way. He had gotten involved because of that incident. He had gotten involved in Paku'ialua, got involved with taro patches with his grandmother on the east side. And through these Hawaiian events, he met a man, a kahuna, a mo'o, named Sam Kahaikai. And they were organizing in 1991 the first ho'oku ikahi ceremony out on Pu'u. And they were talking stories about having it in the next 2 weeks. And this young man, now a grown man with a daughter on the way, asked, Sam, where is this? How is that? And, he said, I cannot go because, my daughter will be born in the next 2 weeks. And the one thing the kahuna, the mo'o, said to him was, you be there if you real. And his daughter was born the 2 weeks later, and he was on a flight over to Pu'u, and that man's name is Nakanelua. All of the friends in here, and it was in that moment that really turned the trajectory of his life and how he wanted to raise his family and how he wanted the trajectory of Lahui to go forward. Growing up under his tutelage, and folks of you who know Polalu, we were just like those haumana right over here sitting in this room. A lot of everyone's keiki in this room sitting. We were dragged to all of these, public meetings and protests and waving sign, and it's something so beautiful because that was our reality. That wasn't the reality of our parents. That wasn't the reality of our grandparents or our great-grandparents. Now, over my dead body, that will be the future of my keiki as well. And we're in these rooms discussing these things and talking about these things and fighting about these things, whether it's federal recognition, sovereignty, or a co-agreement or something else. That's how we know we're alive and we are well. In part, when we talk about Ea, we also talk about education. We need to know our stuff. You can't just stand up and talk any kind. You must know your mo'olelo, you must know your mo'oku auhau, but the main thing you need to know is your place. You need to have enough time in the oven with folks, and then you determine when it is
that you and others determine when it is that you are ready to olelo. And you will know through your na'au because of all of that mo'olelo and all of that mo'omeheo that you have experienced. I really tip my hat to a lot of the makua in this room who do decide to raise their keiki in olelo Hawaii. It is really difficult. It's not just at school you drop them off and that's it. It's a home life work balance. If you do not find value in all things olelo, if you do not find lahui important, your keiki or your haumana won't. So it's such an amazing thing to really reflect on where we are today, that we are able to discuss, this agency, this independence, the way that we govern ourselves and dictate our relationship to Aina. A lot of Aloha Aina warriors in here are sitting and on the web as well, really critically thinking about where we are going and how we are going to be able to access our resources without any kind of pilikia. And so that's really what Ea is all about, that pilina, that relationship not just to Aina but between ourselves. So, mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui, Kia. Not yet, Uncle.
Many points of view. This is a celebration for 2 days. First thing, they need to fire one 21-gun salute. It's in your history. Everybody's flag goes down, yours goes up. It will make a statement that the flag is not a kihe for Mariona. It is the nation's flag. It stands for. We kneel for our fallen and we stand for our flag. That flag shouldn't be on somebody's shorts. Only Americans wear their flag on their BVDs. You made some very cool points in history. He talked about a piece of paper that always makes me puke. That person that made required reading that Hawaiians killed 2/3 of all their children by rolling over them like walruses and killing them. And they buried the bodies of those children in the bed. That's why Hawaiian outsides were sacred. All kinds of things. We now have an attorney prosecuting one. Can we not have a 5-day court where somebody takes the other end and prosecute that man for making that ugly station on the land of Aloha? That's the truth you're asking for. That's the way to get to that truth. The idea of making these horrible things, and they still require reading. They were done in education. That's forced down the throat of the child. That kind of trial history work. Don't pick on anybody. But when you get up to the top, I like the guys that voted take it or leave it to Office of Hawaiian Affairs on that 20% sale to be prosecuted. The idea of actually taking somebody who is negative and trying his negative. I went to Tokyo High, otherwise known as McKinley. That's Harry Lee standing in the middle of Honolulu. When are you going to take the statue down of the man that signed the paper that took Hawaii away? There are trials that you can have. There was a large Hawaiian flag from here, went to Thomas Square, and it was hanging from the tree, bigger than ever. The police said, take it down. I said, why? It's the flag. The idea of making intellectual statements and getting published is great, but a trial to say something was wrong then is wrong now, and where's the morality of making it right? I believe you are righteous people.
Mahalo nui, Uncle. Mahalo, Uncle. Mahalo nui. Sesame, what does Ea look and feel like to you?
Mahalo. So usually I'm the haumana sitting in the crowd listening to these amazing wahine right here. But I'm always in the crowd. You know, to me, ea is freedom, and how to learn about that freedom, it's education. You know, and we can't stop that education. You know, you know, there's so much to learn. For me, I've only been in this for the past 6.5 years, learning Olelo Hawaii, learning Ike Hawaii, and it's a challenge. There's so much, it's so vast to learn our history and everything. It's like, sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, like, Olelo Hawaii, like, I'm struggling with it. You know, like all of us, it's hard. It's hard to Olelo Hawaii. As a kumu kaiapuni for 2 years, you know, it's a daily challenge. But that challenge to know that like every single day I'm trying to Olelo Hawaii, I'm trying to learn and expand my ike, to learn my history, and to be able to stand up and speak it, and you know, really you know, strike that ono for our haumana. You know, for all of us who are in here, we all are so ono for that ike. And that's like, that's liberating just like that, you know, is education. And I think sometimes like for a lot of us as Kanaka, like education, there's so much like negative connotations that go along with education because of assimilation, because of, you know, bondage, because of all this, like it's attached to like class and all that. But like education as Kanaka, our education is Ike Hawaii, it's Olelo Hawaii, it's our political history, it's truth, it's true history. You know, for so long we've been taught like lies, or we've been taught to like, you know, make that history invisible to us. But now it's all at the tips of our fingers. You know, so how are we as Kanaka gonna be more ono for it every day? It's hard, but we're gonna keep trying. It's like, you know, Olelo Hawaii, it's a challenge. But for every 1 hour a week, make it to that class. You know, I have a lot of stuff to do. I have my keiki to take care of, but for that half an hour of the day, I'm gonna read this mo'olelo. I'm gonna look at this puke. You know, for me, that's liberation every day, because, you know, action, we take action, you know, and we gotta sharpen our knives to like be able to know and be unified in thought, you know, not just in action, but in thought as well. And that's a daily challenge. And to me, that's Ea. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Sesame. Noelani, what does Ea look and feel like to you?
Okay. Ea, when I think about Ea, I think about our personal Ea, our collective Ea, and political Ea. And I think, you know, they all stem from the same place, but they're different. And something I've been pondering a lot lately that came from Kupuna Sam Ka'ai, he told me once, many years ago, we come from the pole into the owl, and we return to the pole as the owl. And when he told me that, it kind of sparked this idea of enlightenment and this elevated consciousness. And I've been having these experiences lately working with the Iwi Kupuna and protecting Iwi Kupuna and Malama Iwi Kupuna, where sometimes I can feel that sensation from Nakupuna Ihala. And I'm starting to understand that rebuilding that pilina to our kupuna is a piece of the puzzle that is going to set us free. And I don't know how yet. I don't know what the path exactly is. But I know when we put ourselves in that position to malama that pilina, they are... Kala my auntie. Oh. Mahalo. When we malama that pilina, it opens us up to aspects of our Kanaka-ness that is beyond even our nationhood, beyond our pride as you know, a nation state. It's going back to the beginning of time and to the pole where our existence starts from. and reconnecting to that place that can inform how we're going to move going forward. So when I think of Ea, I think about that on a very personal level because that's been my experience. But what I see for us going forward is this broadening of our lahui as we weave together this aha to make ourselves onipa'a. But that requires hard work. And I say that because, you know, I've been on the front lines a lot in the last few years. And it's been really hard. And I'm speaking to you as a healer, not as a political scientist or historian, but as a kanaka who's had to stand in the face of haole men spitting on me, telling me F you, of haole landowners and homeowners calling the police on me because I wanted to go pule for kupuna. It's not easy, like Kahele said, some of us aren't built for that, but we do it anyways. We learned how to do it. We grew into it because it was important. But it comes at a cost, it comes at a price. Just like Ha'alilio when he had to go and do what he did for us. It came at a price. There's a lot of sacrifice involved. But the remedy for that, and this is the part where the healer in me comes out, one of the main remedies for that is in building our pilina with each other and creating a culture of care where we understand that the way that we treat each other, the respect that we give to each other, the space that we give to each other to heal when we need to heal, the awareness that we give to each other that we all have trauma. Every single one of us, we have historical trauma. Many of us come from abuse situations, domestic violence, imprisonment, addiction, all of these things that are a result of the colonialism, settler colonialism. And I use that word with intention, colonialism, because it is a part of our reality. All of those things that wounded us, there is medicine for. And the medicine is each other, the aina, nakupuna ihala. But the one thing that we can control in every moment is our relationship to each other. And so I talk about this because it's sore to be on the front lines. It's sore because our own people sometimes hurt each other. It's really sore, and it's enough already. It's good, we gotta duke it out sometimes, yeah? We can scrap a little bit, but then we gotta figure out how to come back together and say, I love you. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hurt you. I'm gonna do better next time. Because when we can build that pilina again, we can holomua. But we cannot holomua when our people are down on the ground. We gotta lift each other up. Because we cannot afford to lose one more kanaka. That's Ea. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Tita. Mahalo.
Healani.
Amazing. That was amazing. Mahalo. I want to echo what Kahele said, which is basically, she's talking about action, right? Ea is showing up and speaking out. And it's kuka with each other. It's learning, education, right? Learning our history. It's about taking ownership of our own history and who we are. And I think it's really important that we're even talking about it today here in the nation's first capital. But I want to make one important point. Ea is not about replacing the colonizer. We're not going to go make one new system, or we're not going to copy their system and put in Hawaiians on the top, and we're going to make a hierarchy and be oppressing our own people. It's not about that, right? We got to reimagine, and we got to reimagine something that's going to work for us as Kanaka, because we are very distinct, unique people. And we should be all thinking about what does ea mean to us, every one of us, our kids, all of us. Because if we don't have any idea, they ain't gonna give us the right, we can't be looking to the state or our colonizer or the US, or we cannot be looking to the leaders that runs this state now for our answers. We gotta get our own answers. And it's not about acting like the colonizer, wanting power, and then doing the same thing those guys was doing to our people, to our own people. Because if that's your idea of ea, then you're gonna be on the other side of the line to me. Because there is a fight coming. And I don't know if you guys know it, but the Democrats are back in power in Washington, D.C. Federal recognition is a reality that could happen. And that's what federal recognition is. No land, replacing the colonizer with people who look like us, they brown like us, but they're not in the inside. And that's where we gotta like draw the line, okay? Because we ain't gonna create it, we're not gonna copy the system that we're living in now. It's not working for us. It hasn't worked for us for 129 years. So I just wanted to share that. Sorry, I'm always angry. The fact that we are gathered here today talking about it is important. It's just very important. So we gotta, if you guys don't know what ea is, or you haven't thought about it, then you need to start thinking about it, because you ain't gonna find the answers at the state legislature. You ain't gonna get it from Governor Ige. We gotta figure it out from ourselves, so. And I just wanna mahalo, it's beautiful. You know, everybody has great mana'o on what ea is, and it's different for everybody, you know. Well, mahalo everybody. And I'm not an academic or a scholar. So just FYI, because Uncle was like, oh, you guys writing papers. I don't write peppers.
Oh my God. Hallelujah. Mahalo to our panel. Mahalo. I'm going to do one more question. I'm going to throw them out to whoever wants to answer it. What is an issue or kuleana that is important that I think everybody should kind of, you know, everybody's still learning. Everybody kind of still moving in, I don't know. Me too. But we're still learning. So what is something, whoever wants to take this question, what is an issue or responsibility, or what kind of kuleana that we need to, as Kanaka, to move forward? So like education. Go ahead, Sesame.
I just wanted to say something, just, you know, it made me think about with Healani speaking, is like, you know, federal recognition and all of that. It's like, we have to wait for them to, we have to stop waiting for them to give us something, and we need to take it. You know, for me as a kumu, it's like, I'm gonna stop waiting for them to change the standards to what I wanted. I'm gonna change it myself and prove that this is what we should be teaching our keiki. We need to stop waiting for them to give us our kingdom. We're taking our kingdom for ourselves. We need to stop waiting for somebody to, you know, sit us down and teach us everything. We need to search for it. Like, we take the action and we need to search that out. So, yeah.
Anybody else want to take the question?
I'll say something. I mean, we all know what the major issues are, right? Like Iwi, Vai, Kai, Aina. But I would just want to encourage, kind of following up on what I was talking about before, that, you know, when we strategize and we organize, we have to consider our tools for dealing with conflict resolution. That is really, really important if we're going to be serious about these conversations and we're going to move them forward. Because once we get into conflict, if we're not exercising the tools if we're not exercising tools for dealing with conflict resolution, it's going to be really, really challenging for us to move forward. Because we all have different mana'o. We weren't all raised the same way. We're in different places in our timeline of remembering who we are, and we have to make allowances for that within our communities when we're having these discussions about self-determination. And so the more we can do our own work and heal ourselves and heal from our traumas, whether that's going to see a Kanaka or Kanaka sensitive therapist, or, you know, please, if you go to therapy, see someone who's indigenous sensitive, because if you go to somebody who's colonized, they're gonna make it worse for you, I promise. But there are people in our lahui who are skilled to help you move through some of your traumas. The more healed we are as a people, the more present we can be when we come to these discussions, and the more we can move the dial towards justice and liberation for ourselves. But that piece about healing is really, really important. And it can be as simple as doing kuka in your own family, where you simply listen and acknowledge one another. Don't try to shut someone down. Don't try to stop them from crying. Don't try to make them be not angry. Allow each other to be where we're at so that we can witness. And in that awareness, we can ho'oku'u. It shifts. But sometimes it's not going to shift and leave you until you bring your attention to it, until you allow other people to witness that in you. So if you can take the time, and we can, you know, we used to do kuka almost every morning at Keahi. I did it for 9 months on the Mauna twice a day. And I'm telling you, it's the most profound thing when when all generations could come together and tell their stories and realize that other people was having the same experiences and the same feelings and the same kaumaha that they were, and then we all cry together, and then we all hug, and then everybody feel better. And then they can move forward clear instead of clouded. So I think it's an important part that we're gonna have to weave into when we do work around self-determination and have conversations, that we have a process and that we hold space for each other to heal our traumas. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
I was thinking that one of the things that I think we should take advantage of is, and one of the things that is most important, of course, is learning and education. And I believe in learning in all, you know, school, wherever you can do it, here, at home, wherever. But I also think that, you know, public education was something that our kingdom believed in, right? We had public education for all kids, rich, poor, whatever, before there was a United States, but definitely before public education happened in different areas of the world, 1841. Now, public education has since been used to assimilate us, right, into, and it's used by colonizers all over the world. But because we are recognizing that, I think that as a people, as a lahui, we really should look towards an educational revolution in public education. 99% of our Hawaiian kids are in public education, right? 1% in Kaiapuni, another, probably less than 1 in other private schools. That means every day we send our keiki to school, our people send our keiki to school into a system that we know is set up to assimilate them to American Western ideals. Now, my thing is, we need to take that back. We need to challenge that, right? We know this, yet we still send our kids to school, right? We have to, I don't think we're ever gonna stop sending our kids to school, but if we had a revolution to create our own teachers like we have in this room, right? We have to figure out how we educate our own people there. And you know what? Right now, it's a perfect time. Plenty teacher positions, plenty money for go school, right? We should be consciously and intentionally pushing our people into those spaces so that, again, we can take care of ourselves. And if we become, Kū'oko'a, when we talk about ea, you come at it from all angles, right? It comes ground up, from the side, from the top, whatever it is. We can be free here, and the way we act before we get our kingdom back. We absolutely, definitely can, and we should.
Dukelow, you want to take the question? Healani, last words. No? Okay, well.
I think with being Kanaka, you're born with kuleana. There's no getting away from it. And if you try to get away from that, you're going to find obstacles in your way. Because the reality is we all in it together, right? Even if, I always call out people and they're on the other side on the line of me, but at the end of the day, you're doing your own self in, you're doing your own people in. We're all in the same pot. They look at us the same. And we gotta figure it out. And this place, Lahaina, I think it's kind of like prophetic that Keaaumoku is here and we're having these discussions in a place where our kingdom and great decisions, like the Constitution was written and the decision to send Timoteo Ha'alilio to Europe was made. So you have to look at it as a sign we cannot give up. That's the part of colonization. It really works, okay? It really works. They make you think that you're going towards a pipe dream. There's no way you can attain any kind of Hawaiian nationhood or sovereignty or independence. But the fact of the matter is they want you to give up. And I think that's where they don't really know our people, right? When Queen Liliuokalani died in 1917, there was only 28,000 Kanaka alive. Today, we have over 1 million Kanaka Maoli alive, right? So keep making the babies. But that's a testament that we survived. When she died, newspapers across the nation in Hawaii at the time were saying, an error has passed. Hawaiians need to now look forward. The bridge is gone, right? And they thought we would never remember who she was, and look at us now, right? But it was actually an Episcopalian priest who said, as long as there's one Kanaka alive, and this was at her funeral, which was held at Healani Palace, as long as there's one Kanaka alive, she will never be forgotten. And that is the total truth. But we are so powerful, and I don't think we realize. I think Mauna Kea has helped us to see that power, the power we have. We can do it for ourselves, and I think that's the message with Ea and today. Mahalo, everyone.
Thank you very much, ladies. Okay, we got our iconic panel today. I don't know if you guys noticed, these guys are ready. Look, they're ready. I'm gonna save the best for last, though. Mike Kumu Kaleikoa, is an associate professor in Hawaiian Studies Department of Humanities at the UH Maui College. He is also a proud graduate of Baldwin High School. You're in the wrong district, sir. All right. And then, let's get that guy. Oh, okay, I'm gonna introduce this guy. He calls himself the janitor of this building. That is a lie, people. But he is our Puou, he's our uncle, and he's the reason why we're also here today. He kind of head spears a lot of the things that we do, and we got to mahalo him, but Keaaumoku Kapu. And the guy in the middle, he has been here forever. He's also, I know we're working him overtime today, but he's our musician, our uncle, also an activist, and amazing mo'olelo from him as well. Kapali Keahi, guys. All right, and then we also have right next to him, we have Kule Palakiko, Kanakamoli, father, husband, super kue. He resides in that beautiful valley right there, Kawaula, and he's an amazing color man as well. We got a couple color men in there. But Kule Palakiko. We have Kahala Johnson from Oahu. Maui, sorry, Maui. Oh, we got another book. Okay, you know what? You guys in the wrong district, but. We like to mahalo him for coming down today, and also, he's an amazing person. If you guys get to go ahead and. Everybody on this panel is pretty hammer, I don't know. Everybody, Kākou, Kahala Johnson. Who am I going to ask first? Keaaumoku Kapu! What does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Aloha Kaku. What does La Kū'oko'a mean to me? Is being a part of a sense of place, literally. And pulling the system, because we've been kind of on a back burner too long on basically what is important to us and how we need to really step up and really show to the world out there basically who we are and what we represent. So I'm kind of a person that I don't ask for things. I just do it. Because if we're going to ask, then we're complying to somebody else's, how would you say, their governance. I've always been adamant pertaining to putting out there what is really important to us as Kanaka Maoli. And, you know, every time we've done something in this town, we always got to remember that this is the place where everything began. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. And every time we wanted to do something and send out, you know, the educational component on why these things are important, the first thing I try to do is be compliant to the rules. And how you be compliant to the rules is, I'll give you a perfect example. When we did the march down Front Street, where we drew pretty close to 6,000 people to acknowledge that this is what people don't assume it to be. Sometimes we got to push the bar, but before doing that, I always made sure that the government that really understands when we put the notice out there to say that we're not asking you we're going to do this. We're telling you it's going to happen. So every time that we did something, every step that we made, was always to make sure that they understand where we're coming from. And it's all about not being compliant to what they feel that we should be compliant to, because if we do that, then what is Kū'oko'a? So Kū'oko'a to me is being self-dependent. It's setting forward what really is important for our lahui tomorrow. And I say that because I grew up in a society. I wasn't raised here in Maui. I was raised in Oahu. I went through every state-driven project from Palolo Valley to Mea'ai housing, to Kuio Park Terrace, to Papakolea, and then up in Nanakuli. And I've learned a lot of things. I've learned a lot of things from, Kupuna that I still respect today. Uncle Black Hole Huli from Nanakuli. He was our Puou during the time of Kalauhui, Hawaii. Kalauhui, Hawaii kind of molded me in basically understanding what our place in society is all about. So I've used those values to set forward my precedents anytime I've dealt with government entities such as the county or the state. I sat on many commissions to try to learn, what is important, what is right. Where are we in this so-called society when we get involved in planning committees, when we get involved in cultural resources commissions, in the borough councils? I've been there. And all I wanted to do was grow terror. But in order to get there, we need to really understand the politics of what is happening, so we can flip the script. I'm always about trying to find ways on how we can flip the script in today's society, because we need to be the one today, the makua today, to set the example for our kamali'i tomorrow. If not, then we're not going to advance forward in what we need to do. We need to think about those things. So Kū'oko'a lives within me. It always has. And I'll die with that. But before I do, I'm going to make sure my kamali'is, my children, my sons, my daughters really understand why this is important. To not give up, to not stray away from the illusion that we're living in. This is all an illusion. Like everything that was put on for the past planning, and the planning only took place when all of a sudden this aka came. And that's how we work over here. We move in spirit. We don't agendize this kind of thing. We just come together and we talk about, okay, what are we going to do to share the impetus pertaining to what is really important and why our Kanaka Maoli is still having a hard time facing what is real versus what isn't real. So I say these things because sitting on all these so-called committees and commissions and all that, that's all farce. That doesn't really apply, but if we're not there saying what we need to say, then they're already winning. So Kū'oko'a, to me, I live that every day. To really understand what independence is all about. And my whole vision is to try to see if we can pass that virus. It's a good virus, but we got to start someplace. So, mahalo everybody. Thank you.
Kule, what does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Aroha mai Kākou, aroha mai ka wawao kaula, ka makani kaula na pā mai nei, ki aina nei manei, aloha me ka mana no, aloha, o wau no kule, aloha Palakiko, aloha. Ohana, I asked myself as I was watching the mana wahine in the panel, and even as I was coming up on the panel and I saw the people sitting next to me, are mo pupo no ke aiwa manei ki manawa. I'm not quite sure why I'm here. Except for, ma'anakala kerapona maya o rero, hiki pa yo no pumako. Hiki no. he asked me and he said, because I feel that it's important that we have someone on the panel that has a perspective of Kanaka on Lāhainā, living the day-to-day struggle in Kau'ula and with the fights we have in Kahoma and so forth. And so I'm going to have to come from that perspective, from that ike. If you guys can come with me on this journey, I'm going to talk from that perspective. So I might not use the biggest hua'olelo pelekania, the biggest English words that some of these other guys are going to throw at you guys. But I sometimes find that might be a better way for speak together about things, is the fact that I can just speak as myself. So, la Kū'oko'a. I'm going to say this, you guys. I've celebrated La Kū'oko'a for years. Nobody ever would ask me, or I never even asked myself before, what does La Kū'oko'a mean to me? Until I was asked to be on this panel. So, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to challenge you guys. If nobody ever asked you, answer a question inside your own pu'uvais and your na'au for yourselves. What does La Kū'oko'a mean to you? Because he mea nui kana. Yeah? That's big. Why you came today? Is it because, my kikis performed this morning and since I was here, kind of hard for sneak away right after the performance of Punanaleo, so I can hang around? What drives you to celebrate La Kū'oko'a? And here's my pane pokole, my short answer. My short answer is, of all the ways I would present this, you know what really stands out in my mind when I was asked this question? And I only got the question like 2 hours ago. They kept them on secret. It was a mea huna. Then when he got over here, because maybe if they chora ni now first, some of us would have not shown up. I don't know. Maybe not me. But the matter of fact is, the huolelo that keeps jumping out in my mind is oko'a. Okay? And I thought to myself, there was a time, and still exists a time, when, in fact, it is the prominent belief where we are called to this big English word, assimilation, to be like. Yeah? And if we're going to be meke ike olane, ike honone, if we're going to be good in this world, we got to hana like. We got to ho'o loli koka ko ano a like me na kanaka e. We have to change ourselves and mirror ourselves to everybody else. It was the mo'olelo that was pounded into our kupuna so that they told you, mai olelo Hawaii ki hale. Namu olelo haole valeno, mai namu mai olelo Hawaii. Right? And the punishment of that is pa'i, nuku, And so, where did that come from? It came from a time, and still exists today, where we are asked that success for we Kanaka Maoli is hanalike. But we are oko'a. We are an individual people. We are a distinctly unique Kanaka of the human race. We are Kanaka Maoli oki yapai ainanei. And so that word oko'a means everything to me. Because it determines my leo. It determines my ola. It determines my ano. Because I am Kanaka. If I was to present myself to you, I would present myself, and I would probably list like some of the bigger things that are associated with me. But at the very top of that list, and if this offends you, kalamai, but I believe we all have some spiritual component to our lives. So I would say, I am Christian first. I am Kanaka Maoli second. Now you know why that's important to me, you guys? Because the way I ask the question is, if I believe in Keaku'a, and He is all powerful, and He made me, He could have made me all Chinese. He could have made me all Haole. He could have made me Hawaiian or part Hawaiian, but I lived my whole life away from this aina. The reality of my life is He made me Kanaka Maoli. He made me Filipino. I get Czechoslovakian blood from my mother's side, European blood. But of all those places, He put me here, Ikia Payaina. And so I gotta ask myself, if Keaku'a made us all what we are, and included in that is that we are all Kanaka Maoli, and we all find ourselves at this at this place, while things are happening, then there's purpose to that. There's reasoning behind it. You see what I'm saying? So what drives me, what La Kū'oko'a means to me, is just a remembrance of the drive behind each and every one of us, for us to find our own leo and our own hana I kia honone. And that's because we could have been sent, if I was Filipino Hawaiian, but I was living in the Philippines, I would fight for the Filipinos. Because that's the aina ko'ola nei. But ayaw manei kia manava. Kia ko'o ne hanau. Narai la hapai wau I kanaka mauli na mea ki kanaka mauli. Hela no, kahana pono kia ina nei. Eo la mai nei. And I promise you guys, I'm not hoo-hooing anybody. That's just passion. That's my passion and my belief system. So what is Kū'oko'a? Kū'oko'a for me is just what I just said. But I'm going to leave you guys with that. What is Kū'oko'a to you? What is La Kū'oko'a to you? Is it just a historical mo'olelo of what transpired in the past? And we've had some presentations that gave us a very great mana'o of the historical component of it. Is it just a call for us to remember and celebrate of a past victory? Is it a call to arms for the present day? Is it for us to have a vision to look forward to the day that has not yet arrived? My final thing I'm going to tell you guys, I don't know how to use this forum except to speak what I know. The last thing I'm going to tell you guys that I feel I should tell you is I've been listening to these wahine speak before us, and Uncle, because I never get the chance to listen to these Aikāne yet. But I know they're going to talk about the same thing. Right? We got to talk about Lahui. We got to talk about Kaiaulu. We got to talk about Koko. We got to talk about Mana. We got to talk about Ho'ulu Ho'ana. Right? Kaholomuana. Kapukaana. Kaho'opauana kia pilikia Kākou. We got to talk about those things. But even as we talk about those things, I got to remind you, you guys check out the mo'olelo, the history of it all. There has never been a historical time, a mo'olelo, as there is now. There has never been a more critical time for Kanaka Maoli as there is right now. Ke ia kawane. And I am hapain this leo ya oko. Ho'olohe au. Please ho'olohe. You cannot say, I go na ko maukiki ke ia hana polole. Na la ko e hana e hapa e ho'opau. There has never been a more critical or crucial time in our Hawaiian existence than right now. Come a few years, we're not going to have the resources. We're already fighting for the aina, the base of who we are, the physical base of that. Come a few years, we're fighting with water issues. Not going to have water. Overdevelopment going to kill that. Which going to kill this aina, this pai aina. Even if we get to sovereignty, we get to lahui, we get to self-determination, what is that going to look like if we wait another generation? O keia kavanei kia manawa. There is no other time. We live it. Every day we live and we fight with developers and we fight with all these powers, political and otherwise, that are draining what is left of our lahui, which is the ainane, kia honuane. So that's my passionate call to you guys, is not just find your voice, utilize it now. Because next generation, I really believe, too late. Mahalo, ahuyo.
Mahalo, kule. Kumu Kaleikoa. What does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Check, all right. Check, okay. E toho po tani e ta mauli ola, o mauli ola. E ola ya to, ya o e tani tumilono, oia ho oia e ola, a mama uono. First, I gotta acknowledge Uncle Sam Ka'ai right here. Uncle Sam. One of my teachers, so blessed to have Uncle Sam here, right at the base, the kahua of the Hawaiian Kingdom, right here at Moku'ula, Mokuhinia, Malu'ulu Olele. Sorry, I gotta put glasses, I can't even see my notes anymore. See? Kū'oko'a. Nā Kākou, no Kākou. Nā ka Hawaii, no ka Hawaii. Nā ka lāhui kanaka, no ka lāhui kanaka. It's for us to decide what is best for us. It's the Hawaii to decide what is best for Hawaii. And it's for the Lāhui Kanaka, the collective, to decide what is best for the Lāhui Kanaka. And at the most simplest terms, to me, that's what Kū'oko'a means. We live in a world currently where people are inundated, whether it's mass tourism, whether it's foreign land speculation, whether it's the commodification of our waters, our lands, our culture, whether it's a plan to slowly move the Kanaka out of their natural habitat, which is, of course, on our land, whether we are alive or whether we have been passed on. And so, I first wanted to acknowledge, like I said, I want to really acknowledge the true Lāhainā, the real Lāhainā o my brother, people like Keaaumoku, Sister Leilani, those up in the valleys of Kākou, Honokawai, Honolua, Honokohau. Because Kū'oko'a don't come from the paper. It don't come from somebody's fancy book or a dissertation. It comes from those who fight every day on the land. Not so we can be here, but really for Keiki and Mo'opuna to come. Because we know if we don't Kū'oko'a, there will be no tomorrow for our people. And this is the truth. So brother just said, there is no tomorrow in this fight. There is none. I refuse to be an archaeological piece, a memory in some museum, or some place where they talk about Hawaiians once lived. Because I know we've been here for hundreds of generations. We know right here in the Malu of the foundation of our so-called Hawaiian kingdom, where in 1839 the Declaration of Rights was written where? Right here. The first constitution of the Hawaiian kingdom in 1840 was written where? Right here. Before Kū'oko'a of November 28, 1843. That was our kupuna. And so we think about that idea that, wow, we should celebrate the first non-European nation state. That's great. But why be surprised? It was our kupuna, thousands of years that sailed across the Moanapaki Pika. Covers 1/3 of this planet. In fact, you could put all land on the Moanapaki Pika. We're still larger. It was our kupuna. They were able to come to the most remote spot on this planet, here in Hawaii. That's us. And by the overthrow of 1893, we know roughly only 1 in 20 of our people survived. I want you guys to think about that. All of us here. And we, the Kanaka, Lāhui Kanaka, we're the survivors, the greatest survivors. So we have an extra kuleana, which was said earlier. Not just to be Kanaka, but to be the best Kanaka we can. To do whatever's necessary, so that in the future, our Mo'opuna gonna live upon the lands where our ancestors came from. Not just they can have a peek at the lands behind a gated community, not so they can just read about what our kupuna used to do, not so we just end up becoming, as I call them, the filet-o-fish eating Hawaiians, but real Hawaiians who come from the ocean, who walk in the streams, who work the land of their ancestors. And we got to remember, Kū'oko'a means and demands they can never give us our Kū'oko'a. Never forget that. Na Kākou, no Kākou. Only us. Only us. They can never give us our humanity. They can never give us our culture. They can never give us our future. Do you trust our grandkids to the same powers that did to us and did to our makua and did to our kupuna and stand silent, stand quiet, lay down, moe ilalo? Or are we going to ku? See, the word Kū'oko'a, to me, the word ku. Before you can go imua, you got to ku. Means you got to stand. And sometimes in that standing, it takes sacrifice. And that's why I always honor the stand. Yeah, hallelujah. If you never read his story, you should, and you should know that story. He knew before he left, he may not come back to his beloved land. How many of you guys understand that story? But you know, Kuleana, you got to do those things sometimes you don't want to do. But you know you got to do. See, that's the na Kākou, no Kākou sometimes. Because I will burden myself, and I know my brother here, and they do what is necessary because they know. If they do not stand up, if we do not stand up together now, that's what is left for our mo'opuna. To read about how we once were a proud people, how we once lived in the valleys, how we once ate fish from the ocean. So when I think of Kū'oko'a, I honor all of those. I honor my sister, Noelani, right here. We know the burden, we know the pain, but we know something even better. We know what it means to be a Kanaka right here. I don't need any paper to tell me Kū'oko'a. I feel them right here. Papa Mao told us. If I have courage, it's because I have faith in the teachings of my ancestors. And they speak to us every day, right here. You don't need anybody to tell us what is right or wrong. We know. Open up that na'au. And be not afraid. As Papa Mao told us, if you have faith in the teachings of our kupuna, aole mako, imina, ikapukala, o Keaumokuni. Anytime people are talking about money or they're talking about, you know, what they can get from this grant or that grant, that's the wrong motivation already. Oh, we can get these positions or that position. See, that's what I mean. When I fight a Lāhainā, I fight Kū'oko'a. I know get people feel the same way that I feel. I see my cousin Kai back there. I know get people like him who are put unconscious, thrown to the ground, knee to the neck, just like George Floyd. That was a Kanaka standing in Mapuhalekala. My brother Jojo, Sister Healani, Kahala, Sister Healani. We gotta do whatever is necessary. And we gotta, every time we stand up, one stand up, you get two. You get two stand up, you get four. You get 10, you get 100, you get 1,000, we get 10,000. We get what we need. We put 10,000 people up in Kauai Valley. It's ours again. So it's not a matter if can. It's a matter, do we have the will or not? That's what I believe in. It's the will. So Kū'oko'a demands that we ku. It demands that we speak. It demands that we organize and fight. Because they will never give unto us what we need to survive as a Lahui. If we need it, we better organize for it. We better struggle for it. Because we all know there are too many people that make too much money upon our pain, upon the exploitation of our lands, and the destruction of our Aina, and sometimes even our own. So for me, when I think Kū'oko'a, and days like La Kū'oko'a, it's good to remember Ha'alilio as inspiration. But if you're not sacrificing like Ha'alilio, take off that shirt. Kawananapua, maybe you should think twice about singing that song. Because what will it mean to our mo'opuna? That's the question we gotta think about. Are we doing whatever's necessary? Kua payo, no kapono kalahui Hawaii? Or are we just slowly succumbing to the powers that be, that want to supplant us, erase us, and remove us so we all end up living in places like Oregon and Las Vegas and Washington? See, that's the question. That's the question. That's the question. Will we stand? Will we organize? Will we speak out? Or we just could remember and smile and be happy? Because if that's all we're doing, we're going to be erased smiling and happy. But if we have the courage, like my sister right here, I point to her, I see her face. I know the Kuliana. That's why Kupuna taught us lokahi. Iho'okahi. Kahi pu'uvai. And if we have the will to stand together, iku mau mau, we can accomplish whatever we need to do to be Kū'oko'a. It's in our hands. Mahalo.
Kahala, what does Kū'oko'a mean to you?
Okay, aloha. First I want to just do an exercise that I learned from the wahine in my life, from Noelani Ahia and Healani Ahia. If everyone can just put your vavai on the ground, on papahana moku, and we're going to take 4 breaths in and out real slow, all right? Following my lead. Ready? First breath in, and out. One more breath in, and out. Another breath in and out. And the last breath in and out. Mahalo nui, everyone. Thank you for joining me on that. Aloha, my name is Kahala. The question, I was thinking about this question today, what is La Kū'oko'a? And to me, I really want to recognize the Kani on this panel, who I've had the opportunity to meet today, but also throughout my life, following them as mentors through politics, through culture, through spirituality. And I really wanted to mention and recognize, because La Kū'oko'a is a day of recognition, I want to recognize the Akua Kane that are in La Kū'oko'a. We have La. This is the Onohio Kane Hoalani, the sun above us in the sky. This day falls during a traditional time period of Makahiki, when Lono is here with us. Interestingly, we also have Ku, who gives us war and politics, but also the drive to heal, the drive to resist our oppressor. And we have the Ko'a at the end, the coral that dwells in the hohonu o Kanaloa, in the depths of the sea with Kanaloa. Aka, we also have, because of the koa, the representation of hina, he wahine. And a koa wahine who, for 4 kane, only need 1 wahine to balance it out. And I was thinking about these akua and this day, and how this combination of kane and wahine together in this celebration that we're seeing playing out, not just here today on these panels, but also in the protests and against annexation that our kupuna went through, who signed their names, called their inoa onto these palapala to resist the occupation, annexation, and colonization of our lands. And when I think of the strength and mana of those wahine and kane from the past to the present, I also want to recognize how mahu that is, how the mixture, the togetherness that Kū'oko'a has for me as a mahu on this panel with Kane. I want to recognize what that means for not just us as Kanaka, but also us as a mahui, as a lahui of mahu, from which all of us descend. You see, for mahu, every day is a Kū'oko'a. Every day is a day that we stand separately, differently, but also whole, complete, unbroken. Despite ages of colonization, hundreds of years of colonization, we're still here. We're still living, and we're still here together with our kane and wahine, our brothers and sisters, to speak out against the oppressor, but also to imagine futures where together we can stand independently. As a mahu who has to wake up every day wondering if I'll be recognized or not by the oppressor, by the haole, not that their recognition is actually anything. But as a mahu who wants and desires the recognition of my brothers and sisters in the lahui, I'm not alone. Many of us also crave that. We want your recognition. Just like the kingdom went out to find recognition from these imperialists whose opinion doesn't really matter. We went to get that recognition because we didn't want to get invaded. We didn't want to be taken over violently. But as a mahu, that recognition is something that we get from our lahui, from the other kanaka within our lahui. And so I plead with our lahui today to remember that it's not recognition, our sovereignty, our independence is not just something that nation states do. It's not just something that countries engage in. It's not just something that nations do and engage with. Learning to stand separately, differently, but complete and unbroken starts with our bodies, starts with who we are as peoples, and starts with our relationships to each other. The colonizer wants to break us apart. They want us to be assimilated, as my brother said here today. They want us to lose what makes us beautiful and different. Wahine, kane, and mahu standing together, celebrating this day of independence. Never, ever let them have that. Aloha.
Last but not least, Kapali Keahi.
Did you forget about me or?
No. Never.
I had to be the last one, yeah? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'd just like to start out by saying that mahalo to all our organizers, and over the years, everyone who has been a part of this place and a part of cultivating the ike amongst us, because I've never seen so much of our people so enlightened and so a part of this consciousness that we are seeing today. And so I mahalo to everyone who have taught me, taught our people, and is, of course, teaching the next generation to stand. And that is to stand differently, to stand apart, to be independent. I believe that independence, or Kū'oko'a, comes from within. Our sovereignty comes from within. There is no external force that can give us this sovereignty. Sovereignty has to come from within. So we need to raise the consciousness amongst our people in order so that we can realize that that sovereignty, that oko'a, that kū'oko'a from within. I have been fortunate enough to be raised in a family where at least one person was pure Kanaka, and that meant everything to him. And so, luckily, I was able to go along with him to meet with other Kanaka around the island who wanted to take up the fight to either protect our lands and resources or to start the fight to rebuild our nation. And so I'd like to recognize Uncle Eric Kanaka Ole, who was probably the first person to ignite this fire that I know of amongst our Lahui at an early point in at least my life. And to the point where in my father's life, at least he was able to reconnect on the political level, on the identity level as far as our national identity is concerned. But Uncle Eric Kanaka Ole and Uncle Ed Ka'ivi, as well as my Uncle Dana Gibson, they were very foundational in terms of at least the way I think our Lahui is different. Our difference is everything. And we need to raise this consciousness amongst our people and our children in order so that we know this difference. And one thing I need to say for this question at least is I have been a part of many different sovereignty groups over the years. At least I have gone to check them out and see what they, at least what they are offering our people. And for the most part, many of our people believe that too many sovereignty groups means too much infighting. And that is a stigma that is perhaps no better perpetuated than the state of Hawaii and the Democratic Party. And I want you to know that I have never thought of all of these sovereignty groups as being a detriment to our movement. Our movement as a people needed to take that course of action, especially because we don't know the resources to spread ourselves out as much as possible to educate our people in the way that they need this education. These sovereignty groups over the years have propped up to do just that, to offer our people some semblance of education in the political realm. Now, that is something that I think we as a Lahui should embrace and celebrate. Like, we should be commemorating our movement and all the past leaders who have created those organizations, sovereignty organizations that have propped up over the years. To Mahalo, to Mahalo that we actually have this lively movement of ours. So I've seen some of the internal workings of some of the organizations, and I can tell that some of them are very much important in terms of the dialogue that we share if we are to build back our nation. I think a lot of the things that some of these sovereignty groups have done in the past are very important to the dialogue and to our discussion. I'd like to see that, however, that we have some kind of rapport with each other as members of this movement. That we do not see each other as different from each other, because there is more similarities. As you all already know, there are more similarities between our organizations than we actually think. But there is this, of course, camaraderie amongst each other. But I do think that if we are to build back our nation, we need to do things collectively. We really do need to organize collectively, bring perhaps our organizations, our leaders together. And I know we've done it in the past. I know we've done it in the past several times. But if we're not going to establish some semblance of self-governance, then the state of Hawaii is going to govern us. We need to establish some semblance of political authority in order so that we make those critical decisions on behalf of our lahui, so that we make those official decisions on behalf of our lahui. We articulate and we exercise this right to self-determination, to self-governance, to our independence. We need to work collectively. I wish, there are some organizations out there who have been able to create their own legislative process, their own process for citizenry, and ultimately you kind of swear allegiance to them, and I wish that was more readily available for the lahui to take advantage of, because most of the lahui is not going to just jump into an organization. They're not just going to jump into it. We're too smart for that today.
Truly right. We need to get our own government. That's what we need. You're right. I'll tell you right now. I can feel it. You are truly right. But we as our people, we need to pay you, because we're paying all these other people, but we're not paying you guys. That's what we need to do. I'll tell you, I can feel it.
Yeah, that is the. We need to evolve as a movement. We really do need to evolve, and the only way forward is the collective move. Yeah.
Stand up to what we deserve. That's the truth.
Yeah. So over the years, Kū'oko'a has meant different things, and right now, to me, it means that we should work collectively. All the organizations, if they want to be relevant, then we should work together. We should bring ourselves together and have that rapport politically. That collective, to form that collective body of whatever we choose it to be. But I mahalo all of our leaders. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be around at a Kalahui legislative session, and that's when I would say that's the first time I've been a part of the sovereignty movement actively. Was when Nakanelua and Uncle Mo Moeller introduced the Kalahui Hawaii flag. And it was at a Kalahui Hawaii legislative session. It was held right here at Waiola Church. And I was really a guru at that thing. I mean, they was just telling me, I was helping out Uncle Francis Kamaku Vivole and my cousin Blossom Fatera, just doing background stuff and kitchen work, but was able to see the Kalahui Hawaii flag, which I think is very, very, very beautiful, which I think is another example of Kū'oko'a. I mean, if we were to shed this Union Jack or any of these stripes, I believe that flag is a very beautiful one. It was the presentation done by Nakanelua on the Makali'i, and that today is what Kalahui Hawaii offers up as a potential for our future High Hawaii. It's a very beautiful one. I mahalo that as well. But that was the point in time that I learned about Hawaiians waiting in vain, the Faludi article, the article written about the Democratic Party and Senator Inoue and key Democratic Party officials who were over the years making backdoor deals with the Democratic Party. So that was an eye-opener for me at that point. And that's when I that's when I knew, of course, that we are different. We have this destiny. We have this movement that we really do need to bring our people together and forge our future, determine our future, forge this nation, bring it back from the ashes once again. So mahalo everybody once again. Thank you for letting me talk about Kū'oko'a in my way. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, mahalo. Next question. What does Ea look and feel like to you?
Ea mai Hawaii nui a kia. Ea mai loko mai o ka pō puka mai ka moku ka aina ka lalani aino nu mea ka pai no kukulu o ka hiki. Ea mai Hawaii nui a kia. Ea mai ki kai mai. Ke ea o ka aina. Ke ea o ka aina. See, we were blessed that a kupuna left us the lessons, the guidebook, the map. Yeah, easy. So sovereignty, independence, the power to rule. But fundamentally means what? To rise up. When you get up in the morning, post sleep, you So what is the lesson for all of us here? Is to rise up, is to get up, is to awaken from the sleep. You see the good news. This is not some kind of intelligence that you gotta go to the university to get one degree to understand. Eokaina is born within all of us here. It is by getting up, makahana ka'ike, we learn. How do we know? We do. See, a lot of people like to talk about air as if it's some kind of like difficult idea to understand. To me, you get up, you work the land, you live on the land, you make the water flow, hokahiwai, ho'olu'aina. You become the so-called steward or reawaken to the being. You get up from that sleep. So this is not something that we cannot go back to. A kupuna always said, nana ikikumu. Look to the source. Kawamamua, that of the past. How do you know what to do? Well, what did your kupuna do? It's pretty simple. So when I think of the word air, that's the foundation. Air o ka'aina. Air is not caught in some kind of constitution. Air is not stuck in some kind of law. Air is about the land, the life of the land, that which gives us life from the land. Where do we need to go? Get $1 billion from the feds? We need to have a monthly check from the feds? We got to get one t-shirt to sign our name on some document to become sovereign? You see, we're going off trail already. Akupuna told us it's about where? Getting back on the island. And that's why I go back to what I was saying earlier. To me, when I look at those who are every day on the land, fighting to get back on the land, to get that water flowing, to protect our kupuna, their remains. Think about our 5 kupuna wahine who got arrested last year. That's Lāhainā. That you can never learn from a classroom. That you feel in your na'au. And so when you think about this journey, we're not going to somewhere we've never been before. All we're doing is remembering where we were. And so it's kind of like reawakening to something we already know and not going onto a journey to someplace we've never been before. You see, that's a very different destination. So anytime we turn back to the land, anytime we protect the water flowing, anytime we protect our kupuna in the Aina, anytime we put our children back on our ancestral lands, we are stepping back, but we're stepping forward. You see, that's the point. The answer of our future is returning to where we come from before. E ho'i ka iwi kua mo'o, as the kupuna would say. Go back to your ancestral lands. That's the answer. See, they like create the idea that, to move forward as a Hawaiian, they got to go create now, Hawaiian homes. They're going to create some condominiums, apartments, and we can go live as urban Hawaiians, collect your check, put on your T-shirt, sign on to some kind of document, carry one card, and now you guys want Hawaiian Nation. What the hell kind of Hawaiian nation is that going to be? Our nation will only survive when we are upon our own ancestral lands again. Controlling our own lands again, the flow of water on our own lands, feeding ourselves. That's why I say, if you're not talking about housing our people, you're not talking about feeding our people, you're not talking about empowering our people, you are not talking about Lāhainā. See, Lāhainā is being co-opted as we speak right now. Everybody like play Lāhainā. Oh, we just go grow, we could do some gardening, you're doing Lāhainā. Oh, sustainability, let's go. Change the light bulbs. We're doing Lāhainā. See, that's the confusion. See, the holy world, they're sneaky. Their goal is to get us to become complicit, not to change the destiny of where we need to go. They want us to smile and be happy natives, to accept the poison that have been put into our brains, to co-opt us into somehow believing. All we got to do is to take their mentality, their economic system, their sick way of living in this world, throw some fancy Hawaiian words, sing kanaka vai vai, as my friend would say, put on a lower shirt, play ukulele. Hey, you guys should be happy as Hawaiians. That's the reality they have for us. You guys got to understand that. They will never teach us to go back to our lands. They will tell you you lost in court. Well, who's caught? See, once you accept their reality, they got you. They want you to believe. No, they had a legal annexation and they have true authority. Nothing can be further from the truth. They capture us by capturing our minds. This is why do you think they banned the Hawaiian language in 1896? Because Hawaiians sounded stupid? The main purpose was to capture the way we think, because the way we think is the most powerful tool that we have to resist this coercive assimilation, this deculturation, this co-optation, the commodification, because they want to rule and control and further exploit our lands and our waters. But see, the problem is, as long as we think as Hawaiians, how are we going to act as Hawaiians? But once they can confuse us to accept their way of thinking, we will slowly accept our own erasure, the supplanting of our people from our lands. See, that's why events like this, and remembering, whenever we come into this era, we should know all Kanaka. You know, they want to look at Healani Palace. I say, Healani Palace is good, but it's the real one right over here. This is the mana right here. This is where Kihavahine was made right here. We're talking Pi'ilani, Lono Pi'ilani, Kiha Pi'ilani. Back from Kakaraneo. History is alive. History wasn't then. History is right now. That history is inside all of us right here. So when I think here, Oka'aina, see, that's what I see. It's not the palace. That's what Hale. Oka'aina, that's still in this Aina. The question is, what do we see when we see here? We see a grassy field, old park? Or in our soul, do we see Ke'eo Oka'aina? Because in the same way that Oka'aina is still in the valleys. And that's why for me, I always applaud all those ohana that make that effort, that sacrifice, that do what is necessary. Hey, easy for one to live in one place, you can go get electricity, water, and live that kind of life. We know that. That's the life they want for us, you see. Because as long as we are on our own Aina, it makes it difficult for them to do unto us unless we give unto them that power. But as long as we are on our Aina, we will fight for our Aina. See, that's the point. Their whole goal is to erase, to cut Moka Piko, to break that connection to the Aina. So we will all end up living as urban Kanaka. Nice fancy houses in Mililani, part of the bourgeois Kanaka. Right on. I put on my aloha shirt, sing my Hawaiian song, Kanaka Vai Vai, and I'm a Kanaka. That's the plan. And for me, I refuse to accept their dreams for our people. Because I know this, our kupuna never suffer all of this pain. We're not the 5% that survive. To just quietly sit down, say nothing, and watch it all disappear into the hands of those who want it to disappear. And that's why I go back to that sense, nakala hui kanaka, nokala hui kanaka. It has to begin with that same sense, eoka'aina. That's in us to decide, us to carry our kuleana at all times, even if you're alone. As Kaulia said, hiki, ikay aloha aina hopeloa. Until the very last aloha aina. But the good news, I look around, I see our mo'opuna, I see this keiki running around. They're way stronger than what we are today. And that's our kuleana as parents. That's our kuleana as parents. Is to empower, to provide that bridge for the next generation. They're going to have to carry on, because think of, if it's hard for us today, how hard is it going to be for them in the future? We know on this side of the island, they get plans for the uplands. They have major plans for the uplands, but aloha aina and gated communities don't get along. And so once we forget Ke'oko'a, the life for our people is in that land. Once we accept it's the entitlements, it's the card, it's the t-shirt, it's the aloha shirt, you can see the future. So like our kupuna said, eya mai Hawaii nuia kea, eya mai loko mai o kapo. Rise up, Hawaii nuia kea. From the pole, from that sleep. And I hope that's something we can take from here as inspiration. I take this inspiration every time I come around, and I'm around these families. I know, as long as we struggle and fight, and as long as we're on the Aina, we're still here as a people. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui, Kū'oko'a. Uncle Keaaumoku, what does AI look and feel like to you?
I gotta go after this guy. You know, I gotta say, this brother next to me has been very inspiring throughout my life, especially when I first moved back to the Maui. I guess you're part of the mold, and I'm gracious because of that. You know, when you talk about air, I don't think a lot of people realize in order to put this thing together, a lot of sacrifices have been made. Because we always look at this place and we said that we're not going to deal, we're not going to barter, we're not going to do all these kind of things to convince people that we are who we are. So, in order for us to really find it within ourselves and the strength that we need to continue to do these things, we had a ceremony this morning at 7:30 in the Kuahu out in the middle of the field, just to go over there and pay tribute and acknowledge the kupuna of this Pai'aina. Because they're still here. They're still within us. A lot of them still buried at Waiola. The prominent kanaka of this place, our beginning, is still here. So in that mo'olelo of this morning, when a lot of us took it within ourselves to say that we gotta do these things. Why? Because it's a part of the politics. And in order to trump the politics, to make people realize that we are the hiapo of this place, we gotta apply the spiritual side to pay homage to the kuahu that brings this place to life. And if we don't do that, then we really believe that everything that we're doing today is not possible unless we acknowledge our past. And that's what we did this morning. And I think that's the norm that we gotta think about, because the state, they get these rules that they play in the legislation about Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution. Yeah? Our rights as kanaka, they cannot be infringed upon. Then we get other laws. It's called Hawaii Revised Statute 7-1, 1-1. 7-1 meaning that we have the rights to do this, we have the rights to do that. But it's a revised statute that came from California. And if you study the rights within the Hawaii Revised Statute, it's an old law. It's a kingdom law. And they revised something that they really didn't have to, because it wasn't revised. They just wanted to put a signature behind what our kupuna created. That's the reality that we gotta think about when we start looking at where we belong. We don't belong to them. We really gotta understand that. Coming home here, my dad was born in Kaula Valley, right above here. And I never knew my past before until my father said, we gotta go home. We gotta go home now. We gotta make this effort to come home now, or else we're gonna lose the opportunity to grasp this place and protect this place of all this bountifulness. So we came home. Then we started saying, okay, sitting down with these so-called people who claim to own our lands, because I've been obstructed by one gate. So I go meet with Pioneer Mill and say, I want access to that gate. So they give me a Apolo-Gonsalves and said, all you gotta do is sign the waiver. Reading the waiver, it says they're giving me permission to enter upon their land. And I said, I'm not gonna sign this, because I'm not going on your land. I'm going to our place. So it all boiled down and says, oh, what about just a simple handshake and the key? That actually wouldn't happen. And I said, oh, dang, it worked. Then from that point on, that's when I really understand. The life of the land is for us. And we need to set precedents on how we need to accomplish those tasks. And we've done it. We've done these things. You know, we talk about what is the right process for Kanaka? What is the right process that we need to follow to be compliant, to make sure that we can find independence within ourselves? Yeah, there's been a lot of, how would you say, opportunities. The first opportunity for me, basically, is where I met this young fellow. It's called Hawaii. And I've learned a lot pertaining to what AI is all about by meeting this one so-called person. I met him only like maybe a couple times, and his name was, Aole Kanaka, his name was Mitsu Uehara. Anybody remember the name Mitsu? He was an attorney for the state of Hawaii. And one thing he said was, give me 12 Kanaka, and I'm going to teach you what sovereignty is all about. And that's ill. So me being under the tutelage of this kupuna, you know how it is that when you in Kamali, you sit down over there, you don't say nothing, you don't even say one word. You are there to listen. Throughout my whole life, my father used to trip out on me and he said, how come you hanging around at 14 years old, you get kupuna hanging around, and as soon as you made 18, you're hanging around with guys like in his 70s and 80s. I don't know. I don't know why. But then it always brings me back from that time when it says, your job is to sit there and listen. And that's what I've done for the past, I don't know, 57 years. I'm 58. And I'm still learning from a lot of our kupuna. And I have the great privilege to also be around one every day. And his name is Sam Kai. And I learned a lot of things when it comes to politics and what we need to do, how we need to react, where we need to go. How we need to just basically put our foot down and say enough is enough. We are of this place. We are not from this place. So we start talking about the process of self-determination. You know, I remember years ago, I think it was 1993, the Onipa. Then 1 year later, all of a sudden, two legislators, one was Ed Case and the other one was Solomon from the Big Island, put together one bill called Senate Bill 8 to destroy Native Hawaiians, everything that they had in legislation, water, education, everything, entitlements for Native Hawaiians. That was the first time in my whole life, that I slapped down the legislation for 4 days, right in the front of the elevator, watching every House representative, every senator jump in that elevator, and my kids, which are grown-up men and women today, also was by my side, and they were babies, and we slept together by the elevator because we knew that if we don't set the precedence now, then we're going to lose hope in the future. And hey, I was there every hour on the hour. The pahus went off, the kahele, the different chants went off to wake up this place in the rotunda, to tell these legislators that we are the ones that really matter, and we here to tell you, kill that bill. Kill that bill. And on the 4th day, we stormed the rotunda. And I felt like, we're going in there, we're going to start kicking some butt. Then on the background, they had like sheriffs and palace guards and all that. They was all like waiting to do something, and half of them was like Kanaka. And that one kind of hit me real hard, saying that You know, if they're going through this extreme to really take us out, then I guess this is a good day to die. This is a good day to die. But that never happened. Because when all the Kanakas came storming in the palace and telling Malama Solomon to kill that bill, and Ed Case to kill that bill, they took it and they tore it apart. That, for me, was a sign of, that we accomplished that goal. We sought out, we went there, we had a mission, and the mission was to sacrifice ourselves at all costs. And I guess that day molded me to what I am today. To not accept the status quo of somebody else's interpretation. And I still stand, and I still believe in them people. And I still know that there is hope within ourselves. We just gotta have the courage to go there. And there's a lot of things I can talk about when it comes to redemption. But you can only provide so much and hope that they're going to bite that hope or that redemption to go where we really need to go. And I like what Kaleikoa said. We put up 10,000 Hawaiians on that hill. We get 27.
He's getting ideas. He's getting
Yesterday
ideas.
we only had 2. But we get 27 now. Kaoula, in Kahoma. If you see a sign that says Uakoe Kikulianga Nakanaka, yeah, with the Land Commission Award, Royal Patent on the bottom says Air Kohawaii Pai'aina, that's us. But it's not only here, it's in the Big Island, it's in the Haiku with the Konahia family, in Oahu. We're spreading. And guess what? The real estate people, they want to take me out. But the virus is out there already. It's hard to kill the virus. This virus is more worse than COVID-19. And that's the reality. And it's a simple process. You gotta know who you are. And it's simple. When they say genealogy, that's one step. The love of the land and your devotion towards it will make you find courage to stand against all odds, knowing that they're coming. And they bring in the cops. Yeah? Because they feel that they brought something from Pioneer Mill that can justify their so-called sale of title. Perfect example. When those 5 wahine, Vicky Palafox, Kahiki Niles, Consuelo-Gonsalves, Linda Nahina Magallanes, and my wife, which was the ringleader, all of a sudden went over there and said, you know what, enough already. You guys are installing something on our land, and we're not going to take it anymore. And this guy said, I'm going to call the cops. Go ahead. Wahine's been jumping in a hole. Then all of a sudden, they all got kidnapped. They never get arrested, no. They got kidnapped. Yeah? Then all of a sudden, the next following day, I show up, showing them one piece of paper, the police department had said, these guys are trespassing, I want them out. And the cops had the audacity to say, oh, did this Pala ever go to court? And I said, that's the whole reason why I'm here. Whether or not I like to see what they get versus what I had. And all the police officer had to say was, it's a civil matter. You guys need to shut down, stop this development, and get out. That's it. And we get plenty Kea'is. And one that always stood in the face every time something came down, that wahine right in the front. She would kind of make me subtle because if not, oh boy, I was ready for wake up the Kraken in myself and probably get arrested and probably still be locked up today. So mahalo noi. And also, my wahine that instigated the whole scenario.
She's not an
Noelani.
instigator.
And all these wahinis too, it's like all of a sudden they said, oh, I guess today's the day we're going to get arrested. And I'm like, okay. And then at the same time, we got to realize, no, the guy, the one who's pushing the bar is the one that filed on TRO on me. So I can't even go there, or else they're going to take me down and say, nah, we don't like the wahinis, we wanted this guy. So I had to stand on the top of the hill and literally witness the crime that was going down. Yeah. So that's my so-called experience of what Ua Mau Ke'ea o Ka'aine Kapono is all about. The life of the land is perpetuated. And they tried to change that acronym, you know. The life of the land is preserved. Back years ago in the legislation, like, oh, okay. No, we're not preserving anything. We're not one picture on the wall. It's perpetual. It continues on and on and on. They wanted us to stop, but believe in the legacy of what we believe in. Refused to. So, I blame you, bro. You and everybody that inspired everything of what we all about and why we go forward and why we push on and why we continue being one pests. We're not one pests. We the reality of basically what really is. So, and there is, you know, when we talk about process, we got to look at things that going to encourage us to even continue to go forward, even finding alliances from outside. Some people don't realize how important that is. That we need the help of our indigenous people throughout the world. And we're starting to wake them up. Their issues may be different, but the fight is the same. When it comes to title, that's a different issue. But then it's about land. Help me with this. It's about this guy right here. It's about it. And I'm not making a political statement either. This is not about making a political statement. It's real simple. That we need our indigenous people throughout the world because they acknowledge and they really understand what we're going through. This is really important to us. If we cannot find it within ourselves to join together in this real battle, in this real fight that we face, then we need to find support throughout the world. This whole honor, because we're all going through the same problems of colonial genocide and all the problems that we face today, our children suffering, our kupuna suffering, all these things that are happening. So, there's hope for us. There's hope for us to know that other people realize, yeah, and they want to support. So if they want to support it, what we're going to say, oh, but your issues are different. No, it isn't. It's exactly the same. And we need numbers, just like how Timoteo went out there. And he formed the treaties with other nations, Belgium, France, Great Britain. And believe it or not, the 13 colonies of the United States of America. I think we gotta make treaties with the 13 colonies that signed that original gathering of independence, La Kū'oko'a, Mahalo.
Ano yako? Ako Kapali.
Okay, what does air look and feel like? Well, you know, last year, when the state went shut down, air kind of looks and feels like that. I think maybe partial picture at least a partial picture. It gave us some potential to witness that over the last year or so. Is I know it's in everybody's mind. Oh, this is kind of what looks like sovereignty and air, I think. But truthfully speaking, as I mentioned earlier, and I got Kaleikoa had mentioned that, you know, we are raising that consciousness amongst our people. And just to bring it back again, I would like to see that we bring back some semblance of self-determination and self-governance. But ultimately, I think it'll have to emanate from within, right? From from where we're from. I like to see that we do stuff collectively as a lahui, but ultimately, I believe that for each and every one of our families and the places that we come from, therein lies the sovereignty, and therein lies the point at which we should make decisions for the future of our respective communities and respective moku, respective ahupua'a, so on and so forth. And so that being said, the only reason why I bring that up is because potentially, these moku have to make these decisions. These decisions will be official decisions on behalf of the people that live in that moku to decide the future of that moku. Whatever semblance of aha moku that we have right now, hopefully we can build upon that. Perhaps it should not stay as just an advisory. It should be an official sovereign entity. Because there is nothing in place today, no agricultural policy, nothing that the plantation has ever been able to muster, nothing that the state of Hawaii has been able to exemplify as being proper pono land management. Nothing that they've done in collusion has ever come close to what our ancestors have been able to pull off for the last 1,000 generations. So therein lies our air, and we need to realize that. And once we come together to form the official body, to form the official self-governing body, that mechanism for self-governance, then we can start to create, we can start to realize our potential as Kanaka. I mean, we are talking about all of these ideas, and we need to put them together and magnify it. And these, like I said earlier, if we're not going to govern ourselves, then somebody else will. And throughout these last 30 years, almost 30 years, the state of Hawaii has tried the state of Hawaii, Democratic Party, the federal delegation, they've been trying to get us to bite their hook, their federal recognition, and we've been able to fend it off. I mean, we don't need another generation of our Kanaka having to fend off federal recognition. We need to realize that if this movement is so important to us, then we need to work collectively. We need to evolve. We need to work with each other. I've been in unity forums before, and it got sweet and it got bitter. So, like I said, most of the bitterness is because we think we're different from each other. Most of the bitterness is because we think that we're better than each other. And nothing could be further from the truth. We talk about the same things, and ultimately we want the same end product. We want the same end goal. We want freedom for our lahui, and we need to have this freedom because the future does not look certainly bright. I mean, we are being pushed out of our own communities. At least over the last year, that gave you some kind of picture as to what air feels and looks like. But ultimately, we need to be on the land. We didn't see that. We didn't see us on the land. And to make that move to go back to the land, it will, of course, have its consequences and its sacrifices, but most of, at least in Lahaina, I can tell that we have a very special core group of people who've been very active in our community. I am so proud to be a part of the families who have stood in the way of rampant development. We have our own idea of what self-sustainability is. And nobody else needs to tell us what self-sustainability is. If the east end of Maui did not consent for their water to be taken from them, then that water should not be taken from them. Okay? Self-sustainability is not the responsibility of a corporation to decide. We need to decide that. We have been self-sustainable. What better example is there in our world than what our kupunas have put forth? So let's not place our intellectual property underneath anything that the state of Hawaii has been able to come up with. Let's put it up, raise it up to its proper place. To its proper place. Has DLNR given us any good example? I don't think so. I don't think so. We as people on the ground have continued to do their job for them. We're the ones that blow the whistle. We're the ones that are barking. We're the ones that are protecting our place. So let's not put any of our intellectual property under the auspices of a foreign illegal government. Let's put ourselves right where we need to be. Right where we need to be. And that is at the front, at the top. Because our people are we deserve this recognition by ourselves. Like, we need to recognize it ourselves. We don't need recognition from any other country. We need to recognize ourselves. So air feels just like that. When we come to realize that we don't need anybody else. We don't need anybody else. So, mahalo.
Mahalo no Uncle Kapali. Uncle Dan, Uncle Kule.
Okay. So, o kia ka mea me ke ine ai oi mahape ke kai ae. Is hiki alako ke vehevehe na mea nui, then hiki au just hele mahape and just vehevehe na mea ri'i. So I'm haoli me ke la. Nice thing about coming after other people is they give you the big mana'o. So that puts the burden off you. I can give you guys the small mana'o now. No, all this mana'o is ono, yeah? And you know, as Hawaiians, if you're going to use the word honor, we got to use it with that inflection, the proper inflection. I don't know about you, but this Mea'ai that I'm eating right now is honor. You know what I mean? That's how you say honor, right? So, all right. So, unlike the first question where I tried to control my emotions but never happened, I think I'm more collected this time around. So, I want to say, I'm going to give you guys my practical take on that. Because I think it's important to talk about things on an intellectual level, you know? And talk about things in the level where it's something that we are formulating in our minds and we're backing it with culture and tradition and philosophy and spirituality and all these components. But that just stays that. You know, just a mental cloud of possibilities unless we activate it by doing it. So I want to talk a little bit about that. When you ask me what is air, air is what all of these Kanaka already, and I know Brother going to say the same thing. It's the doing. But I'd like to see us in the recognition that was discussed here, and the life experiences discussed there, and the passion that was shot to us over there. In every one of these testimonies, I think what we also need to do, and I see air happening in that, is that in that recognition, in that dialogue, is the fact that we use the right words. I give you an example. Too many people talk about us reclaiming air or reconnecting as if there was a break in something and now we got to go find it again and we kind of like feeling around in the dark and we got to grab a hold of it again. If you ask me what air is, it's what we've all been talking about, alluding to, is air is from within. We never have been disconnected from it. We're not restarting something. We're just recognizing what other people told you, that's something else. Don't pay attention to that. Are we coming to a place where we need to recognize and we need to activate that which has always been within us? That's air. And from a practical matter, think about socialization of human beings deciding to live in a common place. When you get one person living in isolation, they are going to govern themselves. When a group of them decide for reasons of safety and civility and what you can do and what I can do are different things and how it benefits the bigger picture, then we make concessions and say we're all going to live together, and then we operate under the beginning of what's a lahui, of a kaya ulu, right? And if that increases enough, it becomes something to the point it may become a nation. But it all starts with an individual's right that's inherent to govern themselves. So we as Kanaka Maoli, we can govern ourselves. And where that is practical is that's how I live. That's how I gotta live. When I wake up in the morning and no more vai for au because the water is screwed up again, and I gotta go kill upon aku ikekahi hele a ho'oponali killer because we are dependent upon someone else's system. I have to activate my individual sovereignty, my air, or else I'm not gonna au that morning. That's what it comes down to. And I never understand that when I was younger. And I was taught that, you know, I came up in the early 1990s, you know. The heart of that sovereignty movement was gaining so much traction, kalahui. So much so that while I was away in college at the University of California, Irvine, in pre-law, one of the best pre-law programs in the nation at the time, second to Boston College, I was pretty proud of that. But as I was watching what was happening to our Kanaka and that momentum building, I would drop out for come back to UH system because I wanted to be a part of that. And it was there that my eyes began to open. But even after that, it was still intellectual for me. It was still philosophical for me. It was still great concepts and great mo'olelo, but how you apply. And you know, I would listen to people talk and it'd be like, when we achieve our governance body, then watch what happened. And I always thought to myself, how come I gotta wait till I see that formulate first before I can watch and see what happened? As if I no can do them myself. As if we no can do them ourselves. That's the practical and the reality of air, is that it's an individual human being's right and freedom to determine their own fate. And then because we individually have chosen to be a kaiaulu, a group, and that group to be a lahui, we identify collectively like that. But it starts from the individual. And you know why that's maikai and why that's a mea nui? Because then that tells us we don't have to hope for processes to come to fruition for us to see the reignition of ourselves. Because we can do them now. Every day we do them in Kaua'ula. Every day. Cousin does them. In Kahoma when he go up there. You know, we got to joke about which court case we've been in recently, you know? Is it a TRO this time? Or, you know what I mean? Is it a trespassing violation? We joke about it for real kind. But like it's common, a common part of our lives because it is. And you know why that is? Because we're not makaukau. We're not afraid of the fact that we're going to have records or people are going to hear about them. We're just driven because this is polole, this is pono, and this is what we're going to do. You know, I don't want eloquent Kanaka, but I speak dang good Pidgin English. And that's enough for me. But the point is, I'm not up here because I'm maka'u. I'm up here because I believe. I'm up here because I was asked to be up here, so must have reason. So I come here and I know how mamua pono oko, so I can just veve kamea pahua no mai loko. The thing that is exploding out of me, that's what I give you in here, okay? I'm sorry if it sounds like lua'i sometimes, you know? I know, So, you know, and I think we understand the mana'o without me having to drag them on, but drag it on from my perspective by going on forever. But I would like to say this. So for everything that I had intellectually gained in my experience at UH, I came back to Maui. And then, right prior to that, we already had been reestablished ourselves back on our Kuleana land in Kaua'ula. And we were already, from the very get-go, when the Pioneer Mill was here, already having to hakaka for every piece of what was already ours that they claim we never have the right for. But it was all not an interested part of my life. I was a young man. I like do the things that I like do. When I came back with that collective intellectual knowledge, I started to live it because I was back in the valley full time. And it started with agitation and hoo-hoo and no can sleep at night because like, how dare some other human being think that they can dictate the wealth and health of my family and of myself? How dare? So I started to push back. Fast testimony. This is when it came to a head for me. I coming home one day up the old Makila Road because Uncle them stay on Kaua'ula Road. Makila Road no exist anymore. Government road, recognized on the maps. We fought for it for years. When they already had paved the Pu'u area and you could drive the easy way around, we was driving up 30 minutes through the bumpy second dirt road because we wanted not to break the establishment of using that road on a continuous basis so we can still put the claim down. So our cars broke down faster, you know. It was a junk ride half the time, kids crying. But like this is just a practicality. Now, on top of that being the daily grind of our Kanaka living in Kaua'ula, one day we drive home. Myself, my wahine, my father in front of us, just so happened to be right in front of us, driving home, and Makila Road disappeared in front of me. There's a D9 in front of me, and they would make one mauna, not one hill, not one pu'u, one mauna where the road used to be. And all I can say is I lost it. Because I had my little baby in the back. That's his aina. That's his onihanao. I felt the totality, everything that was intellectual in my mind, finally start to hit home, you know what I mean? Because in this real sense, I was seeing what they was doing, and they were talking about intellectual of erasure. I saw it for the first time. And my father grabbed me as I would walk towards that Hawaiian was like 300-pound big dude. I was a young, skinny little guy. I was going to grab him out of that freaking D9 And I don't know what I was going to do to him. My father went and grabbed me. He said, get the hell home. And he walked away the rest of the way home. My father went to go talk to the guy. Next morning when I came down, the road was back. No, that's not boastfulness, you guys. That's not trying to make big head. That's telling you that those kind of situations required action, required you to take a stand. And in that case, as in many other testimonies you can hear throughout the history of our struggle, because people stood up, there was change. There was positive change. We're better off in many respects than we've ever been as a Kanaka. In our educational ability, in our recognition of the reality of things. And that's because other people before us sacrificed, including that man right there. So if I have anything that I can leave, I will just tell you guys, remember where air come from. What is air? What did it look like? What you think it is. I'm not going to tell you what I think air is. I'm going to tell you what I know air is. And when you guys nod your heads, it's not because you're like, oh, that Danny Palakiko, he's saying some good stuff. It's because you recognize already in your own Puou vibes that that's where air resides in you. Wake up your air. It's been waiting for you. It's been waiting for you. Yo.
Mahalo, Uncle Danny. Last but not least,
Holy shit. This is a great panel. Can we get a round of applause, actually? Like, for, yeah.
Bye bye, Lima Kākou.
What does air feel like to me? I Kākou what all my brothers have said before. For me, air, I want to answer the question by saying what air is not. It is not federal recognition. Mahalo Healani for giving that up. It is not the state of Hawaii. It is not the United States at all. It is not black folks getting killed by police. It is not police brutality. It is not the incarceration of our Kane, our Wahine, and our Mahu out of state in ways that separate us from our ohana. It is not the throwing out of Mahu from our families. It is not the calling of Mahu as faggots or bitches. It is not. It is absolutely not anything that the haole can give us. Because you know what? What the haole wants us to think about as ea, yeah, different from Hawaiian. Haole ea, here I'm going to talk about bread. Ea is bread, that's for me. Haole ea is, I don't need nobody, I'm independent, I can stand by myself, and I don't need nobody for help me. But ea is bread, you think about that. Try holding your bread all by yourself for, I don't know, like 10 minutes, let's go for something like that. What's gonna happen? What realistically would happen if you thought you could be independent from the Aina and hold your breath all by yourself? You'd die, yeah? You would die. And that's the reason why ea, from the Hawaiian perspective, is different. And it's not something that's just a symbol, it's not a metaphor, it's not philosophical. It's literally in our bodies. The ability to respire, to breathe, to take in all the air that our lahui, human and non-human, all our ancestors have produced for us, taking it into ourselves, and then breathing it back out. That's not independence. That is symbiotic, that's interdependent, that's sharing breath with all of those around us, yeah? And that's what makes us Kū'oko'a as Kanaka. We understand that. Olina Hale is insane in that way, thinking they can do things all by themselves. What it is for me, what it is, in my body, it starts with the body, like my brother is saying here. It starts with us as individuals. Ea is my aunties on the land, my mom on the land at Kuhimana, standing on the front lines against county and Emio, Mahipono, taking our water. I'm gonna say it, I'm just gonna say it. But it is also, for me, has to do with how we determine who we are, yeah? How we take what our relationships to each other will be. And here, I kind of just want to talk to the Kane, as a Kane. I'm going to leave them on the side. I'm gonna talk as a Kane. One of the things we gotta do as Kane, practically, we gotta learn how to love each other. Not as a mahu, not just in the sexual way. I'm talking about intimacy beyond that. I'm talking about the kind of love that we have for the Aina, the kind of love that we have for our keiki, for each other, for as a mahana. We also gotta learn how to do that Kane to Kane. There's so much hurt that sometimes we go through, yeah. Sometimes, and a lot of that comes because who we are as Kane is oftentimes determined not by ourselves, but by the colonizer. By a colonizer who wants all of us dead. And sometimes as Kane, we're caught up in this battle between, I gotta act more mask, I gotta act more tough, I gotta do all this kind, this fronting kind of shit. And that's not self-determination, yeah? That's not self-determination. Self-determination from the Kanaka way, from that breathing together way, that's actually loving each other, holding each other. On the Mauna, when you remember the time when they was taking on the houses, yeah? Had Mikey folks, Mike Landon, he built that house with all his aloha, with his kids, his wahine up there. They built that. And then it tore, the police came in, Kane in the police, yeah, coming in, causing trauma to other Kane, yeah. But you know what that was terrible. That was a terrible thing for witness. But you know what some of those beautiful things to see was when the Kane who built that structure just started to break down and cry, and they were right, and they needed to cry. They had to feel that. Those emotions were important. That was traumatizing, but it was beautiful to see all these other Kane on the Mauna circle them, hold them, cry with them, and share breath with them. Through all that violence that the police, the state, TMT brought, to all the violence that it brings to the wahine who got arrested here in Kaua'ula, to the violence that's probably waiting my mom and my auntie folks at Kuhimana. We gotta stop that. We gotta figure out ways to detoxify that, to determine as Kane what our mana looks like. And it's not gonna be like what white folks think we need to be like, yeah. It's gonna be aloha. It's gonna be aloha for each other. It's gonna be aloha for wahine and mahu and our entire lahui. And I think that's what ea means for me. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui kahala, mahalo nui everybody. Kuria Kākou, kuria, bye-bye you guys. Mahalo to our Kākou panel, you guys. Mahalo nui. Woo! Mahalo nui Kākou. Thank you for spending the day with us, guys. Mahalo nui. Hold on. Yeah. Mahalo nui our Kākou panel. You guys is hammers. And then we get, hold on. Kapu is gonna go ahead and announce our winners, trivia winners. Okay.
Next year, if we don't already have established our next Kū'oko'a, I'm not sitting out there and doing educational boot again, man. I missed all the good stuff, man. Yeah, mahalo guys, thank you. I got to listen to you guys from outside. So again, we run our educational booth outside. A lot of you, Makua, missed out because you guys never come check us out. We had all the keiki with us. We did ku'ikalo all day. Everybody got to take home fresh pa'i'ai. You guys might have eaten some from the kitchen today in the meals. A lot to be learned out there, just as much, if not equivalent to what you've learned today in this room. Independence, Kū'oko'a, is also within your yard. It's within your family, within yourself, within your hands, within the Aina. Aina without food is just lepo. So we educate that and we speak to that firmly in order to establish your ea, your independence. Your Kū'oko'a needs to start with a healthy mindset, a healthy living, and definitely a healthy diet. So today we spent the day teaching that out there. And we also had educational curriculum to be in depth towards the concept and the story and the structure of the Kū'oko'a of Ha'ililio and his mission. We're fortunate to have that opportunity to bring it to our Lahui, to the Kaya Ulu, and bring forward deeper questions to have people better understand what the discussion we had in front of us. Like they said, it is action, and that's what we hope to produce in our educational booth out there, for lack of a better name. We asked people that participated questions to revolve around our kalo, around our food sources. We asked them questions that revolved around the story of Ha'alilio to build a stronger familiarity to the subject. Some of the questions we asked in this last turnaround were, what are the names of the 7 Ohana Kalo? And I'm almost confident that besides the children that came and learned and asked those questions today, that nobody in the room can tell us those answers today right now. If I asked everyone in the room to please write down the 7 names, the Ohana names of Kalo. So that's why I say you missed out. Try and take the opportunity to go out and put action towards the intellectual properties that was being shared. Because like they mentioned, if it only sits up here and it's a thought and a process and the image and the imagining, then that's all it will always be until action is applied. So we took that effort, and in those efforts we came through with some of the questions like name 4 terms in the ku'i process. And we didn't require the people that learned with us today, we shared those processes. We didn't just tell you to learn them or tell you to answer the question without teaching to you first. We wanted that we told them, hey, even if you don't know it in Hawaiian, say it in English, write it down in English that you know what is the process to make your ku'i kalo, your pa'iai. Name 7 mahele o ke kalo. So we asked for the names of the lo'i kalo, of the lo'i. We also asked for the names of the kalo, and we shared that with the students as well. Name a kalo farmer on any 4 mokupuni. That's not as easy as you could imagine, to name a kalo farmer from 4 different islands. But the kids went out and they went do their little Google University and was asking like, who's a taro farmer on Kauai? Who's a taro farmer on Big Island? And lo and behold, they started to be like, oh, I know this uncle. I know this auntie. I met her one time. And we was like, oh, so you can see that they don't know. The answers is in them that they didn't even know, but they would have never done it because it's just that philosophical, that memory was just in their head. But when you ask them to find it and show, then they would learn more that, oh, I do know lo'i kalo farmers on all islands of Hawaii. So those kinds of things for us was what we would gain in our educational book. That was for our, on our Aina-based questions in our educational curriculum. We had a set earlier that we mentioned, and then we had a set also that was on Ha'ililio, and the questions we asked the kids out there and the students that came and participated. What European countries did Ha'ililio meet with? And right off the bat was Belgium, France, Italy, Britain. What did they miss? Had 4. They only could name 3. They didn't realize that America was one of the European countries that he went and met with. And to me, was one of the most important answers. And I guarantee if I asked almost everybody in the room today, although you was in front of numerous sources of education, what do they call them? Peripherals. Your mind has been overloaded. You can no longer take any more information, I promise you. That's why half of you guys was asleep. Sorry, I just had to get that in there. But America acknowledged our independence, and then today they occupy us. So more important was it for us to make sure that the kids understood that. What was Ha'ililio's middle name? Everybody can tell Ha'alilio's story. Everybody can acknowledge his picture, recognize him through those patches, through the stickers, through the mo'olelo, through the postcards. Everybody can see and know who he is, but do they know of him? Do they know who he was, what he did? Does anybody know Ha'alilio's wife? Did anybody know Ha'alilio had a wife? So when he came back, he wasn't alive, but he still had a family. Do we know that story? Name the ship Ha'alilio took to Europe. What day did Ha'alilio return to Hawaii? Those were some of the simple questions we asked. You know, first trivia is not fitting for the context. I learned today that trivia is actually a bunch of useless information. And I was like, damn, I really picked the wrong title for our educational booth. So we called it Ike Bombs. And what was the Ike Bombs that we could bring forward? And sadly, we don't have any announcing winners to the Kū'oko'a section of our educational booth for our second half of the day. That to me reflected that the memory bank was overloaded. Already, we gave them so much information that that's all they could take in and they couldn't learn more. So stop trying to pour more Ike, more of that philosophical information into the mind if you cannot even apply what you already know in physical form. So that was what we gathered out of our lesson. In Kākou, on the other hand, when it came to actually learning and still doing and applying while we're teaching and while they're learning on the board, they still found the answers. So for us, it was a good positive reflection and to know and then get to sit in on the end and understand that it's reinforced by the kahu or the kahunas that sat in front of us today. Application is important beyond just your philosophical mindset. You need to be able to apply the Ike that you have. If you can't, you will not be able to obtain it and then further pass it on. So we found richness in the kalo. Mauri'i, please accept your kiloi poi. If you guys don't know, Lāhainā had a famous program established in Lahaina High School called kiloi poi. Our kupuna excelled in the skill of pa'iai to the point where they displayed their skill set amongst their community, and shortly after were sought to become a part of the daily practices and performances at luau's and family gatherings. We are thriving and trying or making our best effort to reestablish those programs in Lahaina. This shirt that you see us wearing, if you see anybody wearing it, they have completed 10 pounds of pa'iai at a good quality, substantial amount, and something that you would appreciate to be able to eat and consume. So it is something to say when you can see somebody walking around with a purple shirt. We want to encourage that and make sure that people can appreciate that skill set. Mauri'i, she answered all of the kalo questions. Halia, are you present? Halia, you're outside enjoying the rest of your day. She also answered our Kalo questions. Hiva answered all of the Kalo projects, all of the Kalo questions. So remember, what are the names of 7 ohana kalo? What are the 4 terms in the ku'i process? Name 7 mahele o ke kalo, so the 7 parts of the kalo plant. The people that we are bringing up now have answered those questions. Name a kalo farmer on any 4 mokupuni. These children can confidently come to you and explain those questions and answers. Kaliko, Teruya. That's yours right there. Kaliko, Mahalo. and ka'ipio. All right, thank you guys. My day is over. I'm gonna clean up and I'm out.
Mahalo nui Kākou. Thank you for coming today. Happy Kū'oko'a, everybody. If you guys not doing nothing, you guys can go ahead and hang out. Otherwise, mahalo nui for coming, guys. We see you next year. Yee-hoo.